Hello everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. Thank you guys all for joining me on Sunday evening. I guess this is like a special live edition, right? Sunday night. We're gonna be doing live astrology readings on the channel this evening. So if you guys can see me, give me a thumbs up and make sure you say hello in the comment section. Let me know where you guys are tuning in from. How are you guys doing? Happy new moon in Pisces. It is it's an interesting energy. It's been kind of vibey all day, right? I don't know about you guys, but all day I've been feeling like, I'm like, did I forget something? And then I realized about like less than an hour ago, I forgot to change the clocks back. So I hope you guys changed your clocks as well. I was almost late for this, but then we remembered. So we're going to be doing astrology readings on the channel. If you guys are joining me for the very first time, make sure you subscribe. And that way you can follow the videos that we put out throughout the week. I'm a Western astrologer, so I focus on Western astrology. We're going to look at transits going on to your natal charts. I'll be answering your guys' questions, and we're going to be taking donations for readings. There is a QR code right here. You can scan that QR code. By scanning that, it's going to allow you to get into the queue to get a reading. It's $55 donation for a reading. And if you guys want to do Synastry, we're doing a Synastry as well. You guys can send your information once you go to PayPal. So you sign up through PayPal, or we also take Super Chat in the chat through YouTube. You make the donation, just give me your information. I need the time, date, year, and location of birth. Please spell it out and put your city and state. Don't forget the AM or the PM, and you can ask one specific question. So if you have a timing question or if you want to understand something about your natal chart, I'm here to help you guys out. How's everybody doing? We're reading your stuff. We've got so many people who are already waiting, so I'm just going to let you guys know. We put 15 minutes on the clock, so we're going to leave the window of opportunity open to sign up for a reading. If you guys have not already, make sure you guys sign up before the clock or the countdown ends. Because we have a lot of people. I wasn't here last week, so I missed you guys. But we're going to try to make up for it tonight. Let's see. So who do we have here? I know we have a lot of members. We've got Coco. What's up? Ellie. Hey, Enchanted. Hey, Katherine. Hey, Warrior Queen. Micah. Lady V. Felbala, is that your name? Am I pronouncing that right? KB's here. Queen of Light Bulbs. Join level 3. She's back. Welcome back. What's up, Francie? Only in Acres here. Hey, Dorothy. Hey, everybody. If I guys missed you, don't worry. I see you guys. I see you. So I'm going to give you the rundown. I'm going to let you know who I have. We always take level 3 members first. So those of you guys who don't know, I'm a full-time content creator on YouTube. Everything I do is because you guys watch my videos, like my videos, you guys get readings, or you donate to my channel. So by getting a reading, it makes it possible for me to keep creating content. And I also have different memberships. So you guys can join for just a couple bucks a month. You guys can support my work. We're creating high quality, long format, all about astrology and tarot on the channel. There's also a level 2 and level 3. And level 3 is the top tier right now. And that's going to guarantee that you get a reading once a month. And you don't have to wait. We take you guys first. So it pays to be a member. All right, so let me tell you guys who I have. So these are the level 3 people. Katherine Murray, I Gotcha, Jessica Solis, Coco, Enchanted Crossroads, Deanna, and I saw Queen of Light Bulbs jumped in there. So did you want to get your monthly reading? This will be the very first reading we're doing for March. So if you're a level 3 member, you're going to get a reading once a month, so you can cash in on that if you want. Okay, cool, I see you. As for everybody else, so you want to listen for your name. If you hear your name, that means I've got you. Laura B, Danielle G, Kimberly C, Diana G, Emiko, Steph B, Kara K, Brandy, Dorothy, Melissa, Micah, Virginia, and I got individual digital, but I don't know who that is, and you didn't send your information. So if you can just let me know who you are, that way I can add you to my queue, that would be helpful. But I have everybody's chart all the way in, so we don't have to wait too long. We can kind of get the ball rolling pretty early. And if you guys are joining me for the first time, basically what we're going to do is we're going to pull up the charts of the people who are making donations for readings. The inner wheel is going to be their natal chart. We're just going to be looking at transits. So we're going to look at what's going on in the skies that's currently activating their chart. And I'm going to answer their questions. So feel free to chime in the chat if you guys want to give some input, or yeah, if you guys just want to chat, you can do that too. We always have a really great crowd that comes through, and we're usually here on Friday evenings at 7. So like I said, this is kind of like a special time, but you can always catch us here usually on Fridays. All right, so let's go ahead and get into it. So Warrior Queen, what's your email? Are you individual digital? Because I've got somebody who made a payment under that name, but I don't know who it is. I don't know who it is. So if you didn't hear your name, it may not have gone through, but I have a payment for somebody who, yeah, sent it through that, but I don't know who it is. Hey, Janelle. Hey, Matt, you guys can pay through PayPal. Warrior Queen, just let me know what your information was so that way we can look at the PayPal link, because PayPal is being kind of weird. And if you guys don't specify what your question is, we're going to be talking about what's going on with the new moon in Pisces. We just had that earlier today, so we're still in that new moon energy. Oh my goodness, this thing's making me pick pictures and tell them what's going on here. Sorry, give me just a second so I can get into my PayPal. It seems to think that I'm a robot. Come on, PayPal. Okay, there we go. All right, so now that I'm in, did we find? Yeah, PayPal's being super weird. So individual digital is from Kansas. That's all it's giving me. It's not even giving me your name. So if you want to let me know who's living in Manhattan, Kansas, that is your reading. All right, cool. Okay, so let's get into it. We're going to start with Katherine Murray. And I'll call your guys' name, a couple names in advance so you guys are on deck. So Jessica, Coco, and Enchanted Crossroads, you guys will be up next. Okay, cool. So it's you, Warrior Queen. I got you. Thank you. All right, so let's start with Katherine Murray. She just wants to get a reading. She wants to see what she's got going on. So she's a Leo rising, sun in Scorpio, and her moon is in Leo. All right. So we've got this new moon in Pisces that just came through here, right around 20 degrees, pretty close to your Chiron there, Katherine. So that's taking place in your 8th house. This is going to be about like purification, healing, change. Anytime you get within a couple of degrees of Chiron and you have like a new moon, it's bringing you into an opportunity to kind of set new intentions revolving around healing, emotional healing, spiritual healing. The moon has been very close, this new moon, with Neptune as well. So it can also be like extremely emotional. And going through your 8th house, it can be about finances. It can be about setting intentions for wealth that you want to receive from other people. But it can also be about insurance matters, paying debt, things of that nature. The other thing that's kind of cool is that because it was in these early kind of mid degrees of Pisces, it was in a trine actually to your natal Neptune, a little bit too wide of a trine to hit your sun, but still very friendly for Scorpio placement. So you'll hear as a Scorpio sun like, oh, it's a new moon in Pisces. It's really good for, romance and creativity. And while that may be true, in the 8th house, it can be really good for setting intentions when it comes to investing, because 5th house from the sun can represent taking chances. So I'm wondering if there's like a new investment strategy that you're working on right now, if you're kind of thinking about looking at funds and where you can like move stuff around and reallocate stuff. This new moon is like really amazing for setting intentions. Obviously, Pisces is a water sign, so it's really emotional and it's reflective. But this is traditionally ruled by Jupiter. And so we see that this particular new moon is in a sextile to both Jupiter as well as Uranus and Taurus. So there's lots of opportunity to be able to focus on, setting intentions about changing your kind of financial, world, right? Because it's making an aspect to, to your midheaven. Otherwise, the 8th house can be like a bit of like a tricky house. This can be a house where, you're having to overcome fear. You're having to kind of move through something that's really heavy emotional. There can be like this kind of purging and purification energy. I think this new moon is so important because when we come into the eclipse season, which is going to start in 2 weeks, right? Both of the eclipse rulers will be conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So on the first eclipse that we're going to see in Libra at the end of the month, Venus will be conjunct Saturn. The second eclipse we're going to see the beginning of April, Mars will be conjunct Saturn, and Mars will be the ruler of that eclipse. So even though they're in Aries and Libra, which is me and what we do together, or me and you, there's lots of karmic stuff that's going on in the air, and I think that this is a really important time to pay attention because it's going to be giving us some kind of insight into what do we hold on to, what do we let go, what is it time to dissolve. So it can be that you're focusing on dissolving financial fears, setting new intentions about what you're hoping to actually grow or what you're hoping to transform or what you're hoping to achieve. And it requires all of us to have a little bit of faith. So we're kind of coming down to the wire. It is coming into the astrological new year here in just a few short weeks when the sun enters into Aries. So things feel kind of like slow right now. Things aren't really moving forward. We're not supposed to be having beginnings at the moment. We're supposed to be focusing on releasing and getting ready for this new energy. So I would really encourage you to focus on like meditating and reflecting on what you want to clear out, what you want to release. And yeah, I think because it's in some harmonious trines to your natal Neptune, it can be emotional, it can be spiritual, it can also be about big changes that are going on the home front because the 4th house rules your home and your family. It can be a time where you're like, what do I need to clear out of my house? What, can I recycle? What can I donate? What can I sell? And you can actually bring in resources from that. Maybe you're pulling money that can be coming from like your physical home space or from family. That's the other way of looking at it. Or if you're wanting to make adjustments to like what you're spending when it comes to your home and cost of living, there's a lot of good aspects there. Equally, it's making sextiles to your natal Mars. So I do feel like it's really opening the door to kind of come up with creative solutions for better managing like your health. Technically, this is like your whole sign 6th house. So it can be, what do I need to clear emotionally in order to kind of physically feel better? And also like the emotional gunk that can kind of be blocked in the 8th house with Saturn there, that is actually creating, health challenges. I know you've been going through like whole like healing process, but really good time to like soak, detox, cleanse, all of that stuff. Work with water to be able to release some of these energies. Obviously, you were born in the late 60s, so you've got all of these planets in Virgo over here where, Pluto and Uranus in your 2nd house can represent drastic changes with your finances, power struggles over money, challenges when it comes to your self-esteem. So a new moon being here in opposition to this is saying like, we don't have to be super critical, right? We don't have to be super fixated on the details because Virgo wants to be very kind of detail oriented and calculated. Pisces is saying, let's get away from that. Let's focus more on what are we actually manifesting? How can we actually remain more open and more in tune and attentive to like maybe 2nd house is what we're spending, what we're eating, what we're consuming, that kind of stuff. And then one other thing that I would mention that I do think is also important as we're getting ready to come into eclipse season is that the first eclipse that we're going to have in Libra is going to be taking place around 5 degrees. And that eclipse is technically going to be in your Placidus 2nd house. So you'll have a full moon in your 2nd house at the end of March. This seems to represent some big completion or some fulfillment or something that you're receiving of value that may potentially like benefit you in a financial way. So looking at like the new moon coming in, in your 8th house where you're setting intentions being like, okay, what do I want to manifest? How can I bring in more abundance? How can I bring in more resources? Then boom, 2 weeks later, you're going to have this full moon that's going to be in your 2nd house. You may actually receive something of value. So we have to clear out all of the doubt and anything that's kind of like blocking you from, receiving the security and the stability that you may potentially need. Obviously, this year, Saturn's going to keep going through Pisces. It's going to kind of still hang out in your 8th house where you're feeling like it's a challenge getting what you need from other people, physically, spiritually, financially. And so you'll see like tax stuff or loans or debt stuff come up. And you may feel blocked in that sense, but it's opposing Pluto. So it's kind of saying to you, hey, maybe we need to find a way to kind of shift some of our funds or to redistribute some of your investments or some of your savings. So, it's encouraging you like not to hold on too tightly to things and reimagine what it looks like in terms of like your financial situation, right? Anyway, just some food for thought, piecing some of this stuff together, because it does seem to indicate that this is planting the seed for eventually, in 6 months' time, this particular new moon will become an eclipse. So if you guys don't already know that, September 17th, 2024, we will have our very first lunar eclipse in Pisces. Now, the North and the South node will still be in Aries and Libra, but we will see that the eclipse will be close enough to the North node, so it's kind of picking up that energy of Pisces. So this is why it's such an important time for you guys to be setting your intentions. Set your intentions, let it be bigger and wilder than you could have ever imagined. And we will see in about 6 months' time, when that turns into a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces in the fall, that will be an eclipse that's going to be sandwiched between Saturn and Neptune. So those of you guys who have been really building those strong foundations for your dreams, it may potentially manifest. It'll also be squared by Jupiter. So we'll see a little bit of like sweet and salty aspects. Anyway, focus on that and let me know what you think. And I hope that you're doing well in your healing journey. All right, so what's up, Royal? We got you. Enchanted. Hey, Victoria. I'll add you to my list. Let me know what your question is. So I have Jessica, Coco, and Enchanted. So here we go. We got Jessica, who's a Scorpio rising, sun in Aquarius, moon in Gemini. Let's see, what does she have to say? There we go. Cashing in 2590. Okay, I've got the right one. What's coming towards me in work or love? I hate my job. I need a new one. Things are rough at work. Changes came from grievance, but it pissed upper management off. Okay, well, let's see what's being highlighted more in your chart, work or love. What's up, Amico? You can definitely change your question. Just let me know. I will update it for you. So what seems to be most significant here? We've got a new moon in the 4th house. We've got Jupiter that's coming into conjunction with Uranus in your 6th. That seems more work related. I mean, just some food for thought. You're a late Scorpio rising, so you're 27 degrees. But you kind of, with your transits, you kind of are kind of building off of what a lot of Sagittarius risings are going through. So I don't want to confuse you, but you may want to be listening to Sag rising just as kind of like a buffer for Scorpio. Uranus is going into your 7th house. You're going to see that basically coming through right around May, June. And that will radically change relationships, and so will Jupiter. So like relationship stuff's going to happen. Jupiter's going to hang around your moon this year. So like it is possible that there can be new relationships. And Venus obviously rules your 7th house. And while they go through there, let me show you. They are going to start trining your Venus. So, people always ask me like, when is my love life going to change? Mars and Venus transits are great, but you have to look at aspects from outer planets. So you want to look at aspects from outer planets to your 7th house Lord. Okay, so because she's a Scorpio rising, Taurus rules her 7th, Taurus is ruled by Venus. She's got Venus retrograde. So there's a lot of working through relationships, and in the 2nd house, values and financial matters. Venus conjunct Saturn, so some karma revolving around the love that she feels like she needs or may not get, or making some changes with relationships to values or to people. And Mercury is there, so there's a lot of changes that's constantly going on in relationships. Anyway, when we start to see Jupiter and Uranus come into her 7th house of relationships, it's going to start trining this. So trines are opening up the energy. It's like a Jupiter energy. Uranus is wild and free, and Jupiter represents something that can be tall. It can be somebody who's foreign. It can be somebody who's funny. It can be somebody who's, super into philosophy or into traveling. I think like Jupiter in Taurus is very rich, right? I mean, it can be wealthy, but I think of like richness in relationship. Taurus is about pleasure. So somebody who may want to give you flowers and they want to feed you and they want to spend time with you outside, or they want to garden, or they want to travel. These are things that you'll start seeing from relationships. So likely, yeah, you're going to see some relationship stuff really start taking off May, June, July. But the other thing to think about is before we see these planets move into your 7th house, Jupiter and Uranus have to meet actually in mid-April in your 6th house. And I always like to tell my clients, like, look for the changes, because changes come in threes generally. So you'll see like job change, home change, and then the relationship change. For you, job change, relationship change, and then who knows what the third change will be, because, well, Saturn's hanging out in your 4th house. So there can be some home stuff coming later this year. But I could definitely see when there are some aspects in your 4th house, like Jupiter and Uranus, a new opportunity to work in a new space. Your 6th house represents coworkers. It represents your daily routine, your office. So we need to see something going on here where there is some harmony between likely like Jupiter and Mars. So as Mars is coming through Pisces in April, it's going to start sextiling Jupiter. Right? So you're going to see opportunities to be like, okay, well, maybe I found a job that I can do from home, boom. And then all of a sudden my schedule changes and maybe I'm working in an unconventional way. Uranus in the 6th house. I have Saturn in the 4th house. When I had Uranus go through my 6th house and it was sextiling, just to give you some feedback, I started my own business from home, and it gave me that unconventional doing astrology, for a living, helping people, while being able to kind of have some home base. Now, I'm not saying you have to do that, but I could wonder, like, okay, do you have a business that you could, work remotely, or you have some kind of flexible schedule, or maybe you're working, some kind of contractual job, something like that can happen. And also, like, as a late Scorpio rising, you're actually receiving these eclipses in Aries in the 5th house. So if you're wanting to do something more creative, if you're wanting to be an entrepreneur, something like that, it's a wonderful kind of combination to be like, I have this idea for a new business. Okay, how do I do this? I'm going to learn, because Aries represents starting something new. So look for these changes to start happening in April. I would watch, though, when you see later in the year, like, for example, when Mars comes into conjunction with Uranus, that can be a little hostile. And Mars can suddenly cut, or it can end something, or you can have a conflict with somebody at work. That's going to be around July 15th. So that would be a date that I would say, whoa, like, just watch what's going on there, because you're going to have this Mars-Uranus conjunction in your 6th house. Go down the line, then we're going to see a Mercury retrograde that's going to go right over your midheaven. So it can represent then changing jobs in August. As Mercury retrogrades conjunct Venus, and you might say, well, I'm out there looking for something new. So just something to think about. And then also for all my Scorpio risings who are watching, the end of this year, we will see Mars go retrograde in the sign of Leo. So Mars is your co-ruler. Mars and Pluto rules you. Mars is about action, dedication, drive, passion, desire, kind of getting something done. But when a planet retrogrades, it slows down, it loses momentum. So for a lot of Scorpio risings, as Mars turns retrograde actually at the end of this year and opposes Pluto in your 4th house, you're going to go, I need to change something about my work to better suit what I'm trying to transform at home. Maybe you take a job and relocate. Maybe you decide you would like to retire. Some of you guys are going to say, well, I want to work from home, so I'm quitting my 9-to-5, starting my own business. So you'll see that kind of unfold later in the year. So with astrology, there's always windows of opportunity. And if you don't meet that window of opportunity, you'll see another opportunity kind of pop up, right? The universe is constantly kind of like redirecting you, kind of like if you get lost with your GPS and then it like shows you how to get back onto the route. So look for these time periods. Primarily the positive ones are the ones coming up in the spring. The more challenging ones are going to be definitely in August during the Mercury retrograde, and then again in December through February during the Mars retrograde, okay? Hopefully that's helpful for you. We've got Coco. And if I remember correctly, I could have said, I could have sworn Coco had, oh yeah, she had another person. Always asking about love, and I met someone. So you're December 1st, 89. So we've got you, Pisces rising, sun in Sag, moon in Capricorn. And then the other person, let's enter them in. Looks like this is Johnny, March 11th, 1982. And that was at 12:10 a.m. I love how like new men will just give you ladies their birth information. It's just like, hi, I want to see if we're compatible. Can you call your mom? All right, so let's just make sure this is correct. So March 11th, 82, 12:10 a.m., Buffalo. Okay, got it. Talking nonstop. All right, so let's just look at his chart first. All right, so we've got him. He's Scorpio rising, moon in Libra, sun in Pisces, Venus in Aquarius. Okay. Uranus is coming into his 7th house. And he's going to have Saturn hit his sun. Okay. So let's look at the two of you guys together. So, all right. You're on the outside. You're on the inside. He's on the outside. So he's got all these planets that line up in your 7th house. Technically whole sign 8th, but it's Placidus 7th. I like the moon in the 7th house for partnership. He's got Mars, Saturn, and Pluto in your 7th house. Those are the bad boys of astrology. Anybody who is born with these conjunctions, like 82, 83, 84, they'll tell you like relationships are colorful because they have all those conjunctions with Saturn and Pluto in Libra. Thankfully, the South Node has gone through there. Eclipses have gone through there. You know, might be in kind of better standing for relationships now. You guys do have a South Node Venus conjunction. I don't know what you know about South Node conjunctions. I'll just wrap on this really quick. There's good and bad to it. So like, I feel like South Node Synastry should come with like a warning label, as much as I hate to say that, because the South Node represents what's comfortable, what's familiar, where we've been. So when we meet somebody where they have Venus on our South Node, you know, it's like, oh, we've done this dance before. Like there's something familiar, you just click, there is this draw there, right? And you know, being like a Venus in Capricorn woman, it takes a lot to impress you because Venus in Capricorn will size people up very quickly and be like, okay, what are you bringing to the table? What can you do for me that I can't do for myself? So they're not always the most warm and fuzzy. Maybe it's a little different for you because you have moon conjunct Venus. But definitely like, yeah, not a lot should impress you. So with his South Node being there, it's this sense of being like, oh, okay. Like it just kind of works. Does that make sense? His you know, South Node does square all this Libra. So with like Saturn and Pluto and Libra squaring the nodes, it means that he's had to go through a couple crash and burn relationships to like get it, to like work through some of those karmic lessons. And I think he's kind of coming out the other side of this now. You guys also have a relatively close Mercury North Node conjunction, so you might communicate very well. So that's nice. And he's got Uranus very close to your sun, which can feel exciting, spontaneous. Maybe you bring that out in each other. That's the other way to look at it. One thing that is I don't like saying this, but for me personally, like a red flag for me personally in terms of choosing a partner would be a mutable sun square Neptune. Sorry, I have to say it. There's going to be people who are going to come for me in the comments about this, but especially if you're wanting somebody who's got a sense of like, oh, I know where I'm going, I know what I want. You're not always going to see that for people who have sun square Neptune, okay? So he's got sun in Pisces square Neptune in Sagittarius. So, you know, mutable squares, they can be dreamy, they can be, you know, whimsical, they can travel, they can all be about change and flexibility. So that's a good thing. But Neptune can represent a sense of not knowing their direction and purpose when it's squared by the sun. So for example, you know, he's a Scorpio rising, like God bless this man. Basically, he's on the fast track because he's having eclipses now taking place in his 5th house, which is about romance. meeting somebody who's younger, meeting somebody who he could fall in love with, have a kid with, and then Jupiter and Uranus comes into his 7th house. So maybe some of you guys are early Scorpio risings and you can like attest to this, but I've noticed this trend with Scorpio risings the last couple of years. You know, Saturn kicked your ass in the 4th house, Uranus came through the 7th house and rocked relationships. The ones that weren't meant to, you know, work broke, and then you saw somebody suddenly show up in your life with Jupiter and Uranus in the 7th house. Or, you know, you met somebody who lived somewhere else and then you relocated. A lot of the squares between the 7th and the 4th was about kicking something out of your life, bringing something into your life that was going to help you update your relationships and then kind of get on the path of, you know, changing your destiny. So he's there now, basically, and then you come into his life. So the way that I read his transits is that Saturn's going to come into conjunction with his sun. Jupiter and Uranus are in his 7th house. Like, this is a guy who could have a kid. This is a guy who could meet like the one and then realize this is it. And then things progress very quickly. If that's something you're looking for, awesome. That's great. He's super Uranian though, with Uranus on his ascendant, and you know, the fact that he does have Pluto coming into close proximity with his Venus. It's very obvious that this is about to be a really big time in his life when it comes to relationships. So I don't know what you know about what he's got going on or what the deal is. She says he's so impressive, like everything I want in a man. So like I said, with the warning label is that we want to make sure we're not falling into the same patterns in relationships that we've been in the past, right? So for example, you know, his south node's in the 2nd house, his north node's in the 8th house. You know, your Venus sitting on his south node with your moon, you're going to be like, oh, we're going out to dinner. I got it. I'll pay for it. Or let me feed you, or let me give you things. So there will be a tendency for you to kind of like spoil him. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But all this Capricorn, which likes to kind of be in charge, is squaring all of this Libra. And one of the things that I would really look at is he's got Moon conjunct Mars. So he likes bossy women. His mom's probably bossy. And all your Capricorn comes in and it squares him. So it basically means that there's going to be some friction in the way that you guys do home, the way that you guys emotionally relate. You know, he, with all that Libra, might like the idea of relationships for status. You with all this Capricorn is like, no, it's not just about being like, we're in a relationship. It's actually doing the work. Now, I come from the frame of mind that squares can be positive because squares can actually push two people to kind of evolve and get out of their comfort zone. I really feel like looking at your chart with all of your planets in his 2nd house, you boost his self-esteem. You can help him become more productive. You can help him make more money. And then you have this Jupiter also that's hanging out in his 8th house. So it can be profoundly spiritual and very intense and super sexy because your Mars sits on his ascendant. So not a bad match. You got some 1st house synastry that's taking place there. And then when we flip it around, his sun is conjunct your ascendant. Probably my favorite thing in synastry is if you have a partner who either has the same sun sign as your ascendant or the sun is in the 1st house. You guys have that basically. So you are like magnets and you guys always want to be around each other, right? I would ask him how he's doing with these eclipses, because this eclipse that's coming is about to be right on top of his moon at the end of the month. And I would give this until about, end of spring going into summer. And there's some very dramatic happenings in regards to his relationships ruled by Venus. And, you've got Pluto that's coming into conjunction with his Venus. I'm ready to be making babies and pies together. That's hilarious. Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I will say this, with this synastry, with all your planets in the 2nd house, he will really value you because the 2nd house says, that's mine. So with all your planets there, he's going to be like, that's mine. He'll see what you bring to the table. And this is very unlikely to be somebody who's just going to like kind of let you go, right? Because he's going to see you as something that's very valuable to him. I say give it a shot. Watch when Saturn hits his sun, girl. Watch when Saturn hits his sun. That's gonna be real colorful because that's a Scorpio whole sign 5th house. It's at a Scorpio degree. It could quite literally mean he's in a relationship with someone, they get pregnant, and then it's like, woo, we're doing this thing. And then Jupiter and Uranus goes into the 7th house. So keep us all updated. If you guys are watching this, readings have now closed. Sorry, but there's so many of you guys tonight. You guys, I haven't seen you in 2 weeks. All right, so we've got Enchanted, and then we have Diana and Queen of Light Bulbs. All right, so let's pull up Enchanted. Every time I see your name, I'm like, how are those Pluto squares doing? Because I've seen your chart so many times. I've seen it so many times. So let's take a look. All right, so Enchanted is a Aries rising, Aquarius sun, and a moon in Scorpio. And I believe you were asking about the new moon and what it means for you. Gotta scroll all the way up here, sorry. Cashing in, what should I be aware of for the new moon? Lots is shifting, and this coming eclipse will affect me big time. Well, now that we've already had the new moon, y'all, the next 2 weeks are gonna get real because we're coming into what does all the other astrologers say? The eclipse portal. It just basically means that we're starting to feel it because the moon's gonna be growing over the next 2 weeks, so we're gonna feel that impact. Well, so you're gonna have the eclipse that's gonna be right along your descendant, and then you're gonna have the solar eclipse that's on your ascendant. Okay, so new moon in Pisces in your 12th. Okay, so we've got it right here. So it happened earlier today. That new moon was not making too many aspects in your chart. Probably the strongest that I can see is that it was making a sextile to your natal Jupiter within about 2 degrees, so that's good. I don't know if you watched my video on the field of dreams, but I talk about like, if you build it, they will come. So essentially the 12th house is where we sit, we reflect, we dream, we meditate, we worship, we set intentions. Sometimes we have to be alone to really think about what we want. But I don't think enough people really talk about the 12th house and how it can make you feel like crazy. It can make you feel like, what the heck is going on in the cosmos? Something's in the air. I have this weird feeling. Or, you know, just suddenly I'm having a meltdown, like, because Pisces represents releasing and letting it go. And this new moon was at 20 degrees. So it's like a double dose of like really release and let go of anything that you're afraid of or anything that you feel like is lack mindset. I don't know if that makes sense. So you're kind of playing with home field advantage. You got planets in Aquarius, you got North Node in Aries, you got, you know, planets in Taurus. So you definitely have some nice aspects here where these sextiles from the new moon, where this has not risen yet, right? The ascendant and the rising are the same thing. This is actually determined based off of where the sun was when you were born. So because, you know, you were born really early in the morning, the sun was obviously kind of like rising. Anyway, but as planets are in Pisces, they're getting ready to rise into Aries. And what is Aries? The first sign of the zodiac. So something is being born. So quite literally, this is like your Jesus moment where you're like, okay, I got to go away for a couple days. I'll be back. And you have to take time alone. And as planets come into Aries, you will rise. There will be something new, stronger, more courageous that's going to kind of like emerge, right? So before you do that, where are you setting intentions about your spiritual practice, your sleep routine, your altar space, your manifestations? What is it time to let go of? What have you been avoiding doing? Where there's some habits or some tendencies to, you know, kind of like fall off the wagon in a sense. And it can be in a number of different ways. The sextiles to the second house might mean, oh my God, I'm sitting in front of the TV and I'm just like binging, right? Because Pisces in the 12th house is screens and what we watch. And the second house is what we consume. Or, oh my God, I'm spiraling about money and like I realize that I'm just like saving everything or, you know, buying too much of something. So pay attention to your habits and like where you're getting triggered when it comes to your resources or maybe even your self-esteem. But I like this for you because it's really telling me that when you set the intentions about, okay, I know what I need to end, or I know what's no longer working for me, or I'm realizing where I have to have stronger faith. Setting those intentions is preparing you, right, to get rid of the old, bring in the new, have a little bit of faith so you can initiate these new things that are going to be coming with the next solar eclipse in Aries. It'll be the new moon in Aries, that new moon in Taurus, which is also going to be super abundant. Like, I think it's just time to just let go and just really practice like a really healthy bedtime routine. Quite literally, I feel inclined to tell you, like, you need to be doing your prayers at night or something, and thanking the universe for what you have received. Something cool that I started doing today with the new moon is I started doing like a gratitude bowl, basically. So to kind of work with the Jupiter sextile to, with the new moon sextile Jupiter and Uranus, super simple. Get a bowl or a jar or a dish. And I took 30 pieces of paper because threes are really strong numbers, I guess, in numerology. And I know it's going to take 30 days to set a routine. In the bowl, I put a pen, the papers, and I pulled out my first piece of paper and I wrote, I am grateful for the universe basically, bringing me this abundance. I'm so grateful for the abundance that I receive. Put it in the bowl. And every day I'm going to take a piece of paper out. I'm going to write a new thing that I'm grateful for, even if I have not gotten it yet, and put it in the bowl. And then in 30 days time, I'm going to open them up and I'm going to read them and I'm going to see what things actually manifested. I would recommend doing something like that today because we're going to have the ability to start to see some of these things physically manifest when we get into Taurus season. So find ways to do something where you're visualizing or you're meditating on or you're praying for or you're connecting with your higher self, and really visualizing and saying thank you and having gratitude for things before they physically show up. That's all you got to do. And then start to watch your garden grow basically as we get into May, and you have your Jupiter return, which is 22 degrees. So it's about work and profit and growth in terms of your business. The dispositor is Venus. It's also better self-esteem, better health, right? Stronger resources, all of these things. Watch tomorrow, guys, when the moon goes into Aries, and I think it's in Aries now. Hold on, let's look. Okay, so the moon just entered Aries, obviously I can tell. When it starts to cross Mercury tonight, you will be like, oh, I know what to do now. Like, now I'm taking action. So over the next couple of hours would be a really good time to, start setting these intentions. Technically, the moon shifted into Aries, but it's okay. Moon Mercury is saying, go get with the program. Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you. And I think it's going to be a really interesting time when all these planets get out of your 12th house and we start to see Mars enters Aries. So right around the beginning of May, that's when everything's going to be like, all systems go, because you're going to have all these planets that are going to be in your first house. So you're going to be rocking and rolling. Let me know what happens with your intentions. I'm excited to see how that manifests for you. All right, so let's see. Who else do we have? Deanna, Queen of Light Bulbs, and Victoria. You guys are my level 3 people. I'll give you guys the rest of the list in just a second. Don't worry. I appreciate your patience. We always take a little bit longer when we do the astrology. All right, so we've got Deanna that popped in. Let me find her. Let's see. There she is. All right. Deanna says, want to cash in? I thought I put my question on Friday, but I don't see it. Okay. General reading, small business is booming. People are coming to events and excited for. Great. Upcoming events on 3/16 to 4/1, full moon in Libra in the 3rd. Any advice on growth and business? Okay. So you're going to have that full moon lunar eclipse. Let's see, what do we got going on here? You had the new moon in your 8th. We've got the eclipse here. So yes, it will be in your whole sign 3rd house, but I'm a Placidus girl myself. So you might see a little bit of both. So what is a lunar eclipse? Remember with eclipses, there is something that is shadowy that comes to light. That's literally the energy of the eclipse, right? So lunar eclipses are emotional. These are emotional completions. So you're going to want to think back to what seeds were being planted around mid-October of 2023. We had a solar eclipse there. It was in Libra. I think it was around 21 degrees. So it was very close to your moon, which was literally about
women's circles, foreign places, emotional healing, psychic development, you know, stuff behind the scenes. So now it is kind of coming full circle as you have a full moon, so it's completing very close to your North Node, which is about destiny, dharma, and the North Node. So many people are like, the North Node's your, you know, that's your like lucky spot. Not a lot of people talk about the fact that the North Node is like a Saturn-like energy. So it's hard, y'all. It's like difficult to achieve. So it does represent this mastering of something. So technically, it's in your second house. So you're going to go, oh, I possess something. I have this. Out of 5, that allows me to be more creative, to express myself, something that brings you joy, that you complete. And it is your whole sign third. So a document, a paper, you complete a website, maybe you launch some kind of business online, maybe you're doing an interview, maybe you complete a course. Okay, so something there, and it's about communication. So maybe you're saying, I'm going to do an email blast and tell everybody where I'm going to be, or I'm going to record my thing that I'm doing with a group of people and decide that I'm going to, you know, sell it for whoever couldn't be there, right? Because the second house is how you can make money. So it's a financial eclipse for you. Obviously ruled by Venus. Venus is going to be in your 8th house, conjunct Saturn. That's your 7th house ruler. So you're saying, I got this thing. Do you want it? I have it for sale. So it's literally about putting something out into the marketplace. And I feel like this eclipse is an eclipse that's about letting people know, hey, I'm out here. This is what I'm doing. You know, this is what I have to say. This is what I'm teaching. This is where I'm going to be. Maybe movement because it's connected to the 3rd house. Let's not forget the fact that like you're a Capricorn. So this eclipse is very much for Capricorns about their career, right? Some big career achievement. So it's going to be 10 houses, right, Libra, away from Capricorn. So what are you achieving? Oh, I'm making money doing this now. Oh, I've got people who I'm connecting with and traveling and I'm teaching and working with now. And that's the accomplishment. Does that make sense? So yeah, it's a little in friction with your Juno and your Venus. So an eclipse squaring Venus is also saying, you know, it's important for you to put yourself in the spotlight. It's really important to show people what you're creating. Like that's your baby because that's the 5th house. It may feel like you're like, whoa, there's a lot going on that I'm having to kind of navigate when it comes to like my career and like communications with people because it's squaring Venus. So it may feel like communication overload. And this is a South Node eclipse. So the other thing that can come up with a whole sign 3rd house lunar eclipse is like, oh, my car's acting wonky. Oh, okay, Saturn's in the 8th, you know, I got to put it on the credit card. An unexpected travel expense. Okay, well, I guess I have to pay for it. Or I'm traveling, so I have more expenses. So I'm having to budget. I'm having to cut back on certain things. I'm having to put other things, you know, take money out of my savings, that kind of stuff. But in light of all of this, one thing that I haven't really spoken about yet, because I haven't put my eclipse stuff out yet, is that it trines Pluto. So the trine to Pluto for a Leo rising is big completions and agreements and contracts and communications with people, and you know how you're going deeper with relationship into other people. So it can enhance your relationships as well. But I see this as you with Pluto in the 6th, Placidus being like, okay, you know, time is money, and I'm finally now starting to see that this hard work is paying off, and it's making me believe that I have this service that I'm offering where I'm helping people, Pluto in the 6th, and I can make money doing it too. So maybe you're going to start kind of seeing like, okay, you know, this is actually up and running, and help you kind of better prepare or plan, and adjust your schedule accordingly. You know, you might have a bunch of people show up and you're like, okay, I learned that I got to start early next time. Or maybe you realize like, hey, you know, I probably could have, should have, or would have sent out a newsletter or let people know where I was going to be or given them better directions. Communication is going to be king, and an eclipse that's in the same sign as your North Node Pluto moon. Expect some drama with women in your family, sisters, female neighbors, it can be daughters even. So women in your family, there can be some intense communications, but the best way through that is just having some of those uncomfortable, you know, conversations and kind of working through it and trying to kind of be a team player. So I hope that that's helpful. I'm excited to see what happens for you. Both of the eclipses, I feel like I'm a broken record, but both of the eclipses, yes, they're in Aries and Libra, but I don't hear I'm not hearing other astrologers be like, Saturn's pulling the strings. Like, I haven't heard anybody say that. The conjunctions to Saturn are incredibly, incredibly karmic. So when this eclipse comes through and Venus is the ruler and it's conjunct Saturn, it's like you're having a one heck of a conversation with a romantic partner, being like, so what are we doing? And how are we paying for things? And how are we doing the back and forth? And that kind of stuff. And then the second eclipse in Aries is going to focus on, you know, a Mars-Saturn conjunction. And it's going to basically about, you know, having conversations about what direction the relationship is going in and like what you guys believe in. And if you're on the same page and like where maybe you need more from other people, or other people are kind of saying, you know, like I'm struggling in this area. And then you guys talk about it. So Saturn is so important during this eclipse season. Has anybody else heard that? Because I have yet to hear anybody talk about that. Personally, I haven't. And for Leo rising, it's going to be talking to partners about money and where their money is tight. And where you might be feeling like, hey, I'm just trying to hold my own, you know, you're supportive of what you got going on, but there can be a little friction about being like, okay, this is mine, that's your situation, we can try to figure it out together. But I don't know, something about that opposition with Mars and Saturn does make me feel like other people are going to be rearing and ready to go, and you're going to be like, I don't know if I want to pay for that, you know? So hopefully that's helpful for you, Deanna. I've got Queen of Light Bulbs and then Victoria, and then we will get to all of my other people. So Queen of Light Bulbs, let's see, did you have a specific question? Where is she? Where is she? There she is. Should I move to the East Coast or should I stay in Portland? If I do either, will they work out for entirely better ends, or will they just keep me surviving long enough to keep enduring more of the same problems? Still trying to figure out what to do, which way to go. Is this current astrology either supporting or hindering me? And what's the best course of action? And if I follow that course, will it land me in a different pile of irresolvable problems? All right, let's take a look. Let's see what you got going on here. So Leo rising, sun in Cancer, and your moon is in Aries. Okay. So first of all, I will never ever recommend somebody move or not move without looking at locations and really looking at the location astrology. That's really important. So I can't just say, yeah, move or don't move, because you have to consider where you would be moving to, and you have to look at those charts. But I'll give you some food for thought that can be really helpful. Okay, so you're kind of getting raked over the coals a little bit. So I'm going to try to break this down piece by piece. So in your astrology, because you're a Leo rising, your home base is Scorpio, ruled by Pluto or Mars. Okay, so I want to see what's going on with Mars, what's going on with Pluto. In terms of your natal Mars, you have Mars in Cancer, okay? So technically it's kind of debilitated there, but you have had Saturn that's been in a trine to Mars, so there has been some support, although that does indicate changes going on in the home front. 2, you're born with Uranus on the IC, which means sporadic moves, changes in your living situation, you know, that is in your chart. And you do have Uranus in opposition to Chiron, so you feel like work and home is constantly like a struggle, or like because of changes with home, it impacts work and vice versa. And that is the focal point of a T-square with Venus. So that really tells me that it does impact something about, you know, feeling like stable, you know, feeling consistent, feeling comfortable, because Venus wants to bring like pleasure. So anytime you have planets that are like coming up on that, like, let's say like 20 to 29 degrees of the fixed signs, this T-square gets lit up like a light bulb, you know, literally. So Uranus is there now, you know, it's going to come fully into your 11th house. You're in your Uranus opposition. So this is a time where everything gets flipped upside down, where you're used to having a lot of like inconsistency at home. Now you're going to see those sudden surprises and changes kind of happening in terms of your status or in terms of your career, right? So this is where you're like, okay, instead of moving around a lot, now I want to make changes in my job to better kind of support having more stability. So then Uranus will come into a square with your ascendant. That alone kind of destabilizes the living situation a little bit. Like you're going to be flying by the seat of your pants for the next year or two while you're experiencing these squares. That's the truth. 2 is that you have your sun at 29 degrees of Cancer. So that's a critical degree. Pluto has been back and forth in and out of Capricorn, and it will come back one more time later at the end of this year, hang out at 29 degrees before ingressing back into Aquarius, and it will stay there. What is Cancer? Sun, ancestry, family, roots, and Pluto is opposing your sun. So I've seen so many, late degree Cancer suns or moons, and the Pluto opposition represents this emotionally kind of turbulent time where you're like, something's got to change about, my home, but something's got to change about my career, and that opposition pulls you in both directions. So you're getting it both ways, basically. And then the kind of icing on top is also the fact that you have Pluto now in Aquarius coming out of the opposition, hanging out on your south node in your 6th house, which means on one hand, it can be creating endings at your job or your daily routine, which may, further kind of enhance, okay, you know what, that maybe this is a good thing. I let this go. Maybe I move, right? And I change my home. I change my job. And on the other hand, Pluto in the south node, you do not want to screw around with this. A lot of stress to the nervous system can cause health problems in the 6th house, especially because Uranus is the ruler and you got Uranus in the 4th in Scorpio, where I feel like that's very strong. So it's like you don't want to give into that too much to where you're so stressed out that you create a health issue. So you're like, okay, now I can't move, or now I can't, change jobs. Like this will pass. But I look at this and I go, oh, okay, let's make lemonade. Where is there positive stuff going on, right? Because there's always something good that's going on in the midst of some craziness. Well, the positives are Jupiter and Uranus. So Jupiter brings expansion, Uranus brings sudden change, move into your 10th house at 22 degrees, which is basically saying, well, there's a bright opportunity that's kind of getting ready to show up, or you're going to radically kind of change and transform something about your career. The dispositor of this is Venus, and you got Venus on the ascendant, which means like you may change jobs, you might go into a new, type of career. There might be a new market you enter. Jupiter represents transformation and also the 5th house of creativity. So it's like, talk to a lot of Leo risings. They have been navigating getting out of one job because they're like, screw it. I don't want to work for the man anymore. I want to be independent. I want to do something creative. I'm going to go my own way. Right? And I'm not saying that's the answer for everybody, but for a lot of them, that's how they're navigating these times. So that may be one way out. Although, for the next year or two, Uranus is still squaring your Venus, which means like it may feel uncomfortable. You may have to make some changes. You may have to be willing to kind of get out of your comfort zone and consider doing something different. It's going to require a lot of work because 22 degrees is a Capricorn degree. But I think it gives you the opportunity to potentially bring you some sense of freedom. And it's about, you changing the way that you think about, what it is that you love, because Venus is love, and maybe trying to find a career that's more pleasurable. I think of like Uranus and Jupiter going into your 10th house, and I'm like, man, like, do you want to learn about, crypto trading? Do you want to learn about aromatherapy? Do you want to learn about herbalism? Do you want to make perfumes? Do you want to start baking bread? Do you want to try to go and get a background in, something where you're doing something financial or doing accounting or working for a bank? There's a number of different ways that you can interpret Capricorn. Like literally 22, like you could go and get a government job. I'm not saying it would be the most glamorous, but you could because it's at 22 degrees. So there are options here. You just have to be willing to make changes to where you're working and how you're working. And that seems to kind of be, what helps. As these two planets go into Taurus, they're starting to sextile your sun. So they're opening something up and saying like, okay, now we can start supporting her through this job change. I'd be looking at jobs in other cities personally. And then finally you have eclipses now that are taking place right along your personal planets in Libra and Aries. My God, your chart is like, it's on fire, dude. This is a lot. The lunar eclipse in Libra at the end of March is going to be right on top of your Jupiter. So I would say thank your lucky stars for that, because that tells me that something positive is going to be coming in for you, likely financially. Venus is the ruler. It's in the 7th house. So somebody may give you some resources. Somebody may support you. There may be something that comes in. You know, I'm looking at the North Node eclipses in your 8th house. That's like, you know, unemployment or some kind of support, or, you know, you get a windfall or you get a loan to start a business. And the North Node's on your moon. And I've had that for the last couple of months. It's been on my moon and it's made me like super like, fuck it. I don't care. Whatever I want to do, I'm going to do it. And it can be hard because obviously Aries is a little combative, but it does make you feel more brave. It does give you the opportunity to make chances or to take your chances. And it may actually be something that pays off. 8th house is transformation, and this is of your home. So as the North Node is getting ready to hit your moon, it's like I look at this and I'm like, oh, well, clearly somebody has an opportunity to do some kind of 8th house type of work. You're helping people transform. You're working as a coach. You're giving intuitive readings. You're doing something like that. I'm not saying that's the end all be all, but there's something there. If that's what you wanted to do in the 8th house, you could make money through, you know, mysticism and that kind of stuff. And that eclipse is also very close to your Saturn. So if we look at your Saturn, Jupiter in the 2nd in opposition to the moon, there's always been financial expansion and contraction. That happens in your 2nd house where sometimes you feel safe and sometimes you don't. That brings up a lot of intense emotional feelings about security. And so now that North Node coming into Aries hitting your moon is like, okay, what am I going to do about it? Right? And it does bring a lot of mental health challenges because the moon rules your 12th house. So it can be a time where it's like working with a therapist, a trauma specialist, working with a debt consolidator, talking to somebody about also ways that you can be able to kind of move around some of your resources and kind of figure out what's best for you. But I can't tell you straight up, this city or that city is better for you without looking at the locations. That's the big one. Let me go back to your question. And when I do a relocation chart, you know, I look at the lines in terms of their astrocartography, and then I run the relocation. So it looks like you're talking about going back and forth between the East Coast and Portland. So I'll throw you a bone here. Let's look at this. And yes, I know this is all right. So, oops. So let's see. So Portland, you've got a Uranus line. That's where your natal Uranus is. So I feel like it's still going to be a lot of the same old, same old. It's going to be a lot of like inconsistent. So you might move around a bit. And the East Coast, the East Coast, we've got, let's see, what do you got going on there? Well, if you're going to do the East Coast, I'm liking like right around the Virginia Beach area because you've got a Venus line there. I'm liking the Charleston, kind of Savannah, like up through here, right? So you've got a North Node and a Sun line that's going to go through here. I know I'm sending you on a wild goose chase. Birmingham, kind of Atlanta, Amarillo, Albuquerque. That's not East Coast, but just thinking out loud. And you've got a Mercury line that goes through Orlando. Where's your Mercury? In the 11th. So, you know, I would have to really sit down and look at the relocation chart. So I'm not going to tell you, you know, just move there. But I will tell you that if you're going to go there, certainly the relocation charts around Virginia Beach in this area would be worth looking at. I think Orlando would be more social because that's in your 11th house. And if you want to go up to the Pacific Northwest, your Uranus line while you're, you know, like you have that in your 4th house. I mean, you're having a really strong Uranus transit over the next year or two. You know, you're having your opposition, but it may not work well because there's a lot of inconsistency. Uranus is like feeling like there's constantly changes and things are kind of electric. So not my favorite. I'm a big fan. The last 2 cities I've lived in, and it was not by choice, but the last 2 cities I've lived in have been along my Saturn line. And while Saturn lines can be grueling, it's been really good for like getting focused and like, you know, getting super on top of like work stuff and like committing to things. Your Venus line is going to be more about where you're receiving more pleasure, you're feeling, you know, secure. and you have your Venus in Leo on your ascendant, so it can bring more love and attraction, especially because you got a Mars line over there. But yeah, just some food for thought. So I personally look at that chart, would not do the Pacific Northwest, not just because of the astrology, but because of some of the things that are going to be going on in some of those areas. I am not too sure about that. I would definitely reconsider and look at some other places that you can kind of start over that might be new. Okay, so I hope that is helpful for you. I am using Astro Gold. That's what I use, but I use a couple different techniques when I do those. All right, so let's see, Victoria. You were the last of my level 3 people. You're welcome. Good luck. Let us know where you land. Definitely go and learn about Pluto in an opposition to your sun. Pluto conjunct your south node. 2 very big transits. Okay, Victoria says, my question is about my solar return coming up. Top takeaway, please. Thanks. Am I going to be famous? North Node conjunct the sun. Plus Aqua Moon the 7th. Found a new boyfriend 10 days ago. 3 amazing dates. Also repeat conjunction from 2 natal solar. Okay, and I was born in Jupiter conjunct Uranus and Sag. Wow. Yeah, Jupiter conjunct Uranus is an interesting one to have in your return chart. Where are you doing the return from? I'm going to look at your natal. I know that that's not necessarily where you are, but let me know. So this will be, oh, Houston. So it won't be too far off from this. Okay, so let's look at this. Houston. All right, so this is your solar return, 2024. Leo rising, ruled by the sun. Sun's conjunct the north node, ruled by Mars. I kind of see this as, I mean, yeah, exalted sun conjunct the north node. That's great for recognition, especially because this trines the ascendant, right? So that's nice. It sextiles the moon. So you're actually coming into what will be the solar eclipse a couple days later. The solar eclipse is going to be right here, conjunct Chiron in the 9th. I feel like this might be a year for publishing, for making money from publishing, from courses. You may feel like you're really reflecting on where you've traveled, where you want to go again, what you're willing to spend on in terms of marketing and like campaigns and stuff for some of the stuff that you're, potentially selling. You've got a lot of action because these are fixed signs. And so you've got the moon square Jupiter, moon square Uranus. Okay, so Uranus is relationships and Jupiter rules 5th house of creativity and romance. So I see this as kind of being like, oh, there's a big status change, right? Jupiter, Uranus, like I'm with somebody, I'm telling the world, I've got this person, like we're in love. So it can be an indication of like some kind of expansion in relationships. Especially because we've got some like mutual reception kind of going on here between the moon and also Uranus, because the moon's exalted in Taurus. So it's basically saying like, okay, we can actually like make changes in relationships. Moon's the fastest moving planet, while simultaneously like have some kind of expansion in career. And maybe you didn't think that was possible. There may be unexpected changes with relationships and career, but with Jupiter and Uranus being at the top, these are, I think, good changes, in my opinion. Sometimes like home stuff comes up with moon square Uranus, and obviously some big emotions and some big feelings because it squares Jupiter. But at the end of the day, the sun's the most important thing. And the dispositor of the sun is Mars. And Mars is in the 8th house conjunct Saturn. So it's like, oh, I need more from other people. You might start charging more. You may also be, paying more to work with people to help you with your finances, or to help you with filing things, or, like making changes to your taxes. You might be kind of tackling debt that might come up with Mars and Saturn. So that's the other way of looking at it. But I think you might raise your prices too. Now, I think the biggest thing for me is that I'm looking at this Venus at 29 degrees. Venus conjunct Neptune. So this does seem like there is an opportunity to tap into more wealth, you know, manifesting. Venus at 29 degrees in regards to a solar return chart or a progression, that's a huge critical turning point in relationships that year. So yeah, this to me seems like it's going to be about teaching, publishing, you know, traveling, having a breakthrough. I would watch what happens when Mercury returns back to this degree. I don't remember what degree Mercury is going to station at. I think it's going to be... Here you go. So Mercury will retrograde over the North Node in the Sun. And it looks like it's going to station at 15 degrees. So pay attention to April 24th and 25th, because it's a further unfolding of that solar return. And what is Mercury? Your goals, groups, collective, friends, money. So you might find like another market that you can tap into. You might find like a group of people are like, we want your books, put it in another language. And you're like, you got it. And like, because of the feedback that you're getting from people. But that's going to be pretty significant. And also when you look at the solar return, you want to look at how they're getting hit by the eclipses. So you got the eclipse that's going to oppose Venus, the solar eclipse conjunct Chiron. So I see this as like being like, you know, a legal teacher, an advocate, you know, embracing people to kind of learn more about the law, like know their rights. And then we're going to see a lunar eclipse that's going to be pretty close to your Venus here in the 8th house. So that's great for building wealth and joint assets. And then you're going to have another eclipse that will be in opposition to your sun. So the eclipses that will be taking place are very significant in your solar return chart. That's one of my secret herbs and spices for you guys. There's a couple different ways that you can like predict using the solar return chart. Definitely look at what the eclipses are doing, or if there's significant retrogrades or things that are like stationing on those degrees, because that'll be turning points throughout the year. Let's see. And then this takes us into April of next year. So it's after, but even then you're still having eclipses that are really close to Venus and Neptune. And are you trying to do any work revolving around helping women who are survivors of abuse, surviving, you know, issues with jail? Are you trying to bring attention to women who have been in jail? Is that something going on? Because I'm looking at this critical Venus in the 8th house conjunct Neptune. Like there may be some like funds or like proceeds, or you're like, okay, 10% is going to like, you know, this nonprofit that I'm starting, or I'm raising awareness for like, you know, women who are homeless, or people who are wrongly accused of crimes, or women who can't, you know, afford to get legal representation. There's something there. There's something there that will possibly pop up too. And you might see that either around the Venus retrograde next year or right around the Pisces eclipses. Like you might be like, oh, there's a way to be able to do this. Women are my biz, yoga teacher training and therapy for formerly incarcerated women. Bingo. So that's that 29 degrees of Pisces. Yep. Yeah, it's going to be quite the year. I have a very strong feeling that you're going to turn around in the spring and you're going to be like, oh, like I'm really open to changes in my status. And whether that's who you're working with or your relationship status or something like that, there's going to be something like that that's going to pop up. But yeah, it's a big year. I love that 9th house. Get ready to travel. Get ready to travel. Hopefully that was helpful for you. All right, let me see. Do we have any people that popped in that I missed? Is this really gonna do this right now? Where's my phone? Is anybody else getting like weird stuff with PayPal? Why is PayPal being so crazy? It keeps asking me to verify stuff. Let's see. Happy early birthday to you, Victoria. Come back and let us know what happens. All right, so if you guys give me 2 minutes, I can add these charts really quick. We got a couple of people here that joined in, and I will read off the list so you guys can hear who I've got. just easier to add you guys all now than to have you wait. Let's see. Christine, can you confirm your birthday for me? Just so I know that this is the right Christine that I have. October 24th, 77. July 26, 1980. All right. Can you give me your time and your location, please? Christine? And then once we have that, we'll get going and I'll let you guys know who I have. .36 p.m. Thank you. Okay, so now we can go through who I've got that we're going to be taking. So here's who is on my list. All right. So we've got Laura B, Danielle G, Kimberly C, Diana G, Emiko, Steph Bear. We got Coco already. We've got Kay, Brandy, Dorothy, Melissa, Micah, Virginia, and who was that? Warrior Queen, Matthew V, Kim R, Christine W, Samantha C, and Samantha I. Okay, so if you hear your name, I've gotten your reading. If you're one of the earlier people in my list, you're going to be sooner. Otherwise, you guys are going to have to wait just a little bit, but I'll give you a heads up who's next. So if you heard your name, I got your payment. So we're going to take Laura, Danielle, and Kimberly. You guys are the ones that are on deck. Thank you guys. I appreciate your patience. Give me a thumbs up if you can see the stream. It's helpful. Lets other people know that we're here, even though it's Sunday. All right, so let's pull up Laura's info. So Laura says, I am September 26th, 78. So that, first of all, is not the right Laura. There we go. There we go. September 26, 1978, 3:01 p.m. And plus looking to, okay, so eclipse reading, plus looking to purchase a new car, anytime coming up favorable. Okay, well, do you want me to talk about the eclipse or do you want me to talk about your car? Which one do you want to talk about? Definitely the eclipse that's coming through. So you're a Capricorn rising, your sun's in Libra, and your moon is in Leo. It's kind of like a twofer because, so I use Placidus housing sign. Technically, your Aries is intercepted. So when planets go through Aries, it can be a little bit more difficult to work with. Think of it as like a blind spot. And Aries in the North Node right now, it's basically about what's new, what we're initiating, right? Like new things that are coming in. So just some food for thought. The eclipse, and I'm referencing, we can look at both, but we're definitely going to have one that's going to be right on your sun. So that's big stuff and revolving around, you know, for Capricorn risings, career changes, you know, shifts to relationship status, that kind of stuff. And this is going to be really about work. So I feel inclined to tell you with the South Node on your Pluto and a lunar eclipse on your sun, it's really important to make sure, first of all, you have solid employment, that you know that your job is not going anywhere, that you feel good about what you're doing, and that you know you're going to have a consistent paycheck. I have to tell you that because the South Node can sometimes wipe things out. So I see this lunar eclipse coming through where you're, you know, saying, oh, the sun's in my third house, I'm looking for a car. And then you're going to have a solar eclipse with a Mercury retrograde. Okay, so third house is vehicles. So you want to make sure, do you have consistent, you know, like income? Like, do you know that nothing's going to change there? If you do, great, then you're probably fine. But if you're like, oh, stuff's kind of weird at work, I don't know, you know, or I don't really have a stable paycheck, I'd be like, maybe do yourself a favor and just wait on the car thing. And the reason why I say that is eclipses, there's polarity, right? We either see, you know, the moon in one sign, the sun in the other, or we're going to see the sun and the moon in one sign. So I could see that being like, oh, there's something changing at work, whole sign 10th house. And then here we go. We've got a solar eclipse in your third. And this is going to be about vehicles. It's about contracts. It's about moving. I just saw that you said that. Moving to first shift. Okay. So, for all Capricorn risings, the solar eclipse is like, oh, there's something going on in the home front, or there's something, you know, changing in regards to the living situation. Some traditional astrologers see the fourth house as vehicles. I don't know if you guys have heard that. So I kind of look at the third as moving and the fourth as home, but I've seen vehicle stuff in the third and the fourth house. So for you, you do have a solar eclipse in the third. The problem is you're having, where that would be like, oh, go and get a car, you're having a Mercury retrograde. So here's my advice. If I was having a solar eclipse in my third house with Mercury retrograde, I would wait until the solar eclipse, which is going to be around April. I would see what shakes out, what's going down. I would, first of all, decide, do you need to buy a vehicle in general? Or, you know, do you need to sell a vehicle before you buy something? Because sometimes a retrograde can represent an exchange. So you might say, well, I would rather sell my car privately so I get more money, and then I'm going to go to a lot and buy something, right? Or, you know, I'm trading my lease in and I'm getting a new lease. It depends on your situation with your car. The North Node is generally new. So it does make me feel like there's definitely a newer car coming. I don't know if it's going to be used, but it can be something newer. Would I buy a car during a Mercury retrograde in my third house under an eclipse? Hell no. I would say I want to wait for a little bit. I want to make sure that I'm going to afford the car. I want to really do my due diligence to go and look at different lots, to go and see what people are selling. If I find a potential, you know, car that I like, I would get it inspected. And it does seem like you're kind of in the midst of this, like in early April. And for all you know, you might find somebody who's like, you know, tight on cash and they're like, oh, I'm just doing a private sale, I'm selling my vehicle. And like you could go and buy it and save a lot of money compared to going and, you know, paying a fee at a lot, right? Just some food for thought. So I would wait until after the Mercury retrograde. Okay, so you're paying cash. First of all, you better go there with a man and you better haggle, okay? Don't call me sexist for that, but like seriously, like go with somebody else if you're gonna pay cash and like go and work out a deal. Especially because a lot of lots would be crazy not to take that right now because they're going to be wanting the money. But I'm not crazy about Mercury coming into a retrograde with Venus because it seems like you could be like, yeah, I'm buying the car. And everybody's been in that situation where you really want the car, you get the car and they promise you like all the bells and whistles and you never get like your fucking mats and you don't get like all the things that they promised you were going to get. So this kind of seems like that could be happening for you in April. So maybe use the first 2 or 3 weeks of April to go and look around, get an idea of what you want, wait until Mercury goes direct, let Mars come into Aries, and when Mars starts sextiling Pluto, you can be making a purchase at the end of April, the beginning of May. That's better timing, right? Especially just kind of looking at some of the other aspects in your chart. I'd like to see some sextiles going on here, and I would really like to see, you know, Mercury no longer retrograde, and Mercury will be conjunct the North Node. So it does look like you're going to have an idea of what you want, and then you can go and make a purchase then if that's what you want to do. Timing will be better then. But those eclipses are definitely something to watch. And I'm glad to hear you're buying a car cash because the South Node's going to hit your Pluto, then it's going to hit your Sun, and it's going to hit your Mercury. Now, if you decide to wait, that's fine. You can wait. I just want you to wait at least until the end of April. So if you want to do something in May and June, that's fine. We don't have eclipses and stuff going on there, and we won't have retrogrades really going on there either. The other thing that you could do, I don't know if you're on a time crunch, but Saturn and Neptune are both going to come into your third house in the new year, okay, next spring. And then you're going to see a Mercury and a Venus retrograde. So you could, you know, trade up, get something new, do something like that. You could do that in like March, April. You could go looking March and April of next year. You want to wait until these two planets are direct, right? But I look at this and I go, once again, make sure you can afford your expenses because this looks like it could be a situation where if it's something that you can't afford or if the insurance is expensive, this may be a time where you're like, I'm trading my car in for something else. So really make sure you can afford it. Okay, that's the long and short of it. Saturn and the North Node are coming together in your second house. So there's going to be more financial responsibility and some capacity for you in the spring of next year. So I hope that that's helpful. What kind of a car do you want to get? And what color? We would love to know. I've been looking at, I don't need a car. I barely drive, but I have a Honda HR-V, but I keep seeing everybody driving around in those like Broncos. Have you guys seen the new Broncos? I really, really like them. Maybe I'm manifesting one. All right, so we've got Danielle, and then after Danielle, we've got Kimberly, Diana, and Emiko. Diana, excuse me, and Emiko. You guys are next. So let's pull up Danielle's chart. Does anybody have one of those Broncos? Are they tiny in the back? Subaru. Are you gonna go blasting through the wilderness with one of those? I always think of the Subaru commercials when I hear that. White, how do you keep a white car clean? I can't fathom that. I guess they're cooler though. Okay, so we've got Danielle. Danielle says, I'm May 1st, 1981. Cancer rising here. Is it just me or am I really feeling these lunar transits coming up? LOL. Been having knots in my stomach since last week. Curious about what's happening in my chart. Thanks. So Danielle is a Cancer rising. She has got her sun in Taurus and her moon is in Aries. So let's pull the transits up now. There we go. So she's asking, what's going on? I'm feeling these lunar transits. Well, your chart is about to be assaulted by these eclipses. That's why. So, Mercury just went into Aries. And Mercury is kind of dancing on your moon right now. And so the moon is your chart ruler, being a Cancer rising. So when planets are on your moon, it's important. So for example, the moon's now in Aries. So the moon and Mercury are conjunct. You're having your lunar return this evening. It's a time where you're like, what is my intuition telling me? Moon is intuitive, Mercury is analytical. And when this happens, it is squaring your ascendant, squaring your descendant, opposing your Jupiter and your Saturn, and you're like, something's brewing. So yeah, you're going to be a little bit more, sensitive to this stuff. I think the other thing is like the North Node's getting really close to, it's getting really close to your moon. So that's also going to kind of tap into what's going on with being a little bit more emotionally aware and also taking action, like, listening to your intuition and like making moves based off of that. You might notice that you're a little bit more assertive than usual as well. And then you've got Jupiter that's hovering around your Mercury, which also enhances kind of your communication abilities. That's more grounded because it's in Taurus, but still. So yeah, the lunar eclipse is coming, and that lunar eclipse, like I said, it's assaulting your chart. Probably shouldn't phrase it like that, but it is. You're going to have the Libra lunar eclipse on the 25th at 5 degrees of Libra. So it's going to be right on top of your kind of like Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. So this is completing themes revolving around relationships with home, family, South Node eclipse, the past, some kind of like, emotional ending or transformation ruled by Venus. And Venus is conjunct Saturn in your 10th house. So this is about feeling stretched between like home responsibilities and work responsibilities, which you're no stranger to. Having your moon in the 10th opposed Jupiter and Saturn, you have always done the expansion and contraction. So I see this in a lot of charts that's like, the difference between staying home and focusing on home and family versus going out and doing career. And oppositions teach you how to do both, right? They teach you how to kind of find the middle ground. So that North Node is activating your moon in Aries, saying, it's my time, I'm standing up, I'm independent, this is what I'm going for, this is my responsibility. You're kind of like telling other people what new things you're initiating or what you're working on as the South Node swings through the 4th house. And you're going to have family members that are going to go, what do you mean you're working? You can't come to dinner? Or, when are you coming home? Or, changes that are going on the family, and you might feel more courageous and daring, and you're the person who jumps into the situation and you're like, let me handle it, So things that you're good at, basically. And that North Node is just really kind of charging up your moon. So yeah, you'll feel, we're already feeling the eclipses, but right kind of leading up to this, you're going to just kind of feel like you're going to be pulled in 2 different directions. And this eclipse is going to create a grand cardinal cross in your chart, in your angular houses, if you include your ascendant and your descendant. And when we see that, the wheel of the chart turns because the pressure is there. It's basically saying, boom, something is going to kind of change emotionally or on the home front, which is going to put you in a position of being like, okay, now I'm managing things or I'm being more responsible, and it's going to have an impact on you and also your relationships. Moon in the 4th house might mean, a family member comes to visit and you're like running around trying to, like play host while you're working. Or, your mom says, hey, can I come and stay with you for a while? Or your sister calls you and says, oh, there's this thing going on. There's going to be something going on with maybe family at a distance, or maybe you're considering moving or relocating, right? That's one way of looking at it. Cancer placements, whether you're a Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising, you guys are much more sensitive to the lunar cycles and the transits more than usual. So full moons you really feel, right? Because the full moon is really activating your chart ruler. You see the polarity between the sun and the moon. So when we're having this full moon and it's an eclipse, it's like, tenfold. So I wonder what is your intuition telling you that may potentially be coming up? and where is it somehow tied to your natal placements. If we look at the ruler of your moon, it's Mars, and Mars is conjunct your sun. Are you like, responsible for being a manager at work? Do you have to do some training for people? Are you focusing on some team leader, exercises or some team building exercises? And then we look at the ruler of your Jupiter and Saturn, and it's Venus, and it's in the same sign. So actually, it's kind of saying like, if you've had some family challenges with Jupiter and Saturn in your 4th house, and if you have felt that it's hard to feel like you have like a mother figure, or maybe there's some tension with a relationship to one of your parents, your friends kind of jump in and they're like, woo, we're your family, like we've got you. Or, maybe you've got people that you meet with regularly who's like, your friends, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. Like when I'm going through some family stuff, I have support from my friends. So there may be something connected to that someone from my past will pop up. That's more relating to the 4th house, which is the past. So the 4th house is the past, and you do have Saturn, which rules relationships in the past, exalted Saturn in Libra, conjunct Jupiter. So yeah, you're no stranger to people coming back to you. I will tell you that as the eclipse comes through there, and then also it's the South Node, you're supposed to be like letting it go. You're supposed to be releasing it. So maybe you have a feeling somebody's going to come back, but your moon in Aries is going to be like, kind of like the gatekeeper, and almost being like, okay, so you come back, like, what have you done for me lately? It's gonna have this side to it that may not necessarily like want to go back into the past. Just a couple thoughts. But yeah, let me know. Certainly when the South Node gets closer to your Saturn, you'll see people that'll come back. The eclipse can bring that, but you're more likely to see that closer to here. September, and then the eclipse is in the fall. But also Pluto will go back into your whole sign 7th house, so that can bring people from the past back. But I don't know. I think that it's an interesting thing to have your 7th house ruler in the 4th, because people come back, but it's retrograde and it's conjunct Jupiter. So unless you're like assuming like, oh, there's this person that I had a connection to and I always thought they were going to be my husband, and then it's like, yeah, you're getting into, your 40s and then they come back. Sure, I could see that. But I do feel like that Aries moon is going to make somebody work for it. They're not going to be too easily available. Anyway, hope that's helpful. Let me know how that goes. I've got Kimberly, Diana, and Amiko. You guys are on deck. Kimberly. All right, Kimberly, it's nice to talk to you again. I've got you here July 30th, 1960, Pisces rising, moon in Scorpio, sun in Leo. Let's see what Kimberly says. Hey, Candace, I'm looking for a read on developing my personal brand for my content creation business. Tell me any good timing and what I should focus on, as well as what I may need to hire out. Thanks. Pisces rising, Scorpio moon, Leo sun. Okay. So she's looking for timing. Is it for launching the business? Tell me good timing and what I should focus on. Okay. Personal brand creation. So a couple questions. 1, do you have a name for the brand yet? And 2, have you launched anything like a website or a social media or an email? Because people don't realize a launch can be something as simple as like, oh, I went and bought the domain name, or I, launched the website. Like, it doesn't have to be a full-blown launch. Certainly there's times that are better, sure. So in your chart, you have Jupiter is the ruler of your 10th house and also your 1st house. You're going to have Jupiter and Uranus coming into conjunction in your 2nd. You have a name, okay. I think about when... Let's see. Well, I like when Jupiter starts coming into a trine with Pluto. That can be good, especially for, starting to put out, here's my website, here's, content, something like that. Let's see. So maybe, Let's get Mercury in Gemini. Got a new moon here. Jupiter's trine Pluto. It depends on how long you want to wait. Okay, so just food for thought. But I like this because Jupiter is the chart ruler. This is right around the new moon. Granted, that's going to square Saturn, so we can even bring it back a little bit. So we could bring it back to like here. Yeah, there's going to be a Cazimi there. When does that happen? Right here. Okay. Exalted moon, trine to that. Mercury, Jupiter, trine Pluto. It doesn't square Saturn yet. Okay, so technically this is a dark moon, but this isn't necessarily a bad time because you've got a couple nice aspects involving Jupiter and a sextile here to the ascendant. So we could do around June the 4th. I know it's like 3 months out, but that's a decent date. If you want to do something sooner, you can do something like when Mars is in Aries, Venus is in Taurus. There's going to be some good election dates here. And we could do something like the sun coming into conjunction with Jupiter. And maybe Venus trine your Saturn. So let's get the moon in Cancer. Trine Neptune. This is a decent time. May 12th. So I'm not sure if you're with me, but this is actually nice. Moon in its domicile, Venus in its domicile, Mars in its domicile, Mercury's out of retrograde. You've got sextiles between your money house and trines to your 10th house. And this is your whole sign third. So for Pisces risings, these, conjunctions between Jupiter and Uranus in your third house is about websites, information, like learning. So if you don't want to wait until June, this is about 2 months away. And I personally am not a fan of Jupiter in Gemini, not in natal placements, just in transits, because Jupiter is not as strong in Gemini. It's in its fall. So yeah, I would recommend sticking to this date. So I don't know what day the 12th is, but between the sextiles to the moon, the trine to the ascendant, and the aspects to your 10th house, this is what I would go for. Just some food for thought to think about also is that Saturn is getting ready to cross your ascendant. And in this next year, it's going to start coming into a square with your midheaven. So you're going to have to be persistent. You have to be consistent as Saturn starts coming onto your ascendant, squaring your midheaven. It might take a year to really see things fully come to fruition. And you want to work with the retrograde that you're going to have in August. And then you're going to have another retrograde in end of November, where there's some changes going on with the work stuff. But I like the election astrology for around mid-May for this. And in terms of what I would watch for, well, I think that the key here is to wait until planets are getting out of retrograde, because right now Mercury's in Aries. So unless you're going to have something ready to go like in the immediate next couple of days, I think it's worth waiting until you've got planets that are going to be in their domicile, because it's going to be a lot stronger of a chart. And know that, Pluto is squaring your moon. So there's a lot coming up revolving around, okay, getting connected with groups of people, pumping what it is you're selling out there, connecting with groups, and being really mindful of not letting people kind of leech off of you, because that square at 2 degrees is about whether or not you're letting people tap into like what your resources are, What is it that you're selling? Let's see, I'm just catching up. Rose says, will you be talking more about the P&W astrology at some point? What's that? P&W? Am I missing something? So you haven't launched it yet. So I would stick to around this date. Books. Okay. So yeah, especially because that's your whole sign third. Books and coaching. Yep. This is a good time to do it. Maybe not. I don't know if I want to talk about that astrology. It might get a little political. But yeah, this is fine because it's in your whole sign third, especially for books. And you got Jupiter on your midheaven, so that's wonderful for doing work revolving books, especially as Uranus starts coming into conjunction with Mars. Is it going to be like digital books and ebooks, or is it going to be hard copy books? Usually Mars and Taurus want something physical. Hopefully that was helpful for you. I've got Diana, Emiko, and then we're going to take Steph Bear. All right, so let's pull up Diana. Hard copies, yeah, because you have Mars and Taurus. You might want to consider, like, do the hard copies, but if you do decide that you want to diversify with either your content or what you're buying, you may consider doing either audio or, I think your Mars is at 28, so used books or books that you buy from estate sales that you resell. All right, so let's pull up Diana's chart. And she is 822. No, wrong Diana. Sorry, guys, I have so many people. There we go. There we go. So Diana, and then she's got your partner. Where is it? $223.88. Diana, are you here? $223.88. I need to know the city that he was born in. 7:10 a.m. Thank you. Santo Domingo. Okay. All right, so I got him now. Okay, so your Sag rising, Sun in Leo, and your moon is in Gemini. And then he is Pisces rising, Sun in Pisces, moon in Taurus. All right, cool. Thank you. All right, so we are currently in a divorce process. In a reading, you told me a lover will come back around June or July 2024. I'm going to meet someone new. Can you see if it's my ex-husband returning? I just feel like if we were to go back, it will not work. We are so opposite. Well, some food for thought. You know, Saturn's crossing his ascendant with his sun. It's kind of leaving that conjunction. And it's going to spend the next year or so in conjunction to his north node. So I don't know about that. If there's going to be a reconciliation in his chart, and I'll look at the two charts together, my guess would be it would be sometime around the retrograde. Because the 7th house would be his first wife. So right around here. Right around here, early August. Because you're going to see Mercury retrograde, rules the 7th, with Venus reconnecting with someone from the past. And then Juno is on the south node. And his natal Mercury is in the 12th. So relationships are a little tricky for this one. And then for you... So possibly actually for you when Jupiter retrogrades over your Juno and your moon and your Mars. Although, you know, your moon and your Mars are at a 17. So it's supposed to be about some second person who shows up who's either younger or they're a combination of like a Virgo, a Gemini, or a Leo. That could be in their big three. Or maybe you meet somebody new and you're like, oh, but what about my partner? Because you got Gemini on the descendant. So you're like, this person or that person, what do I do? So you'll have a choice. Jupiter is usually husbands. So you want to see Jupiter retrograde maybe over that, or maybe with Jupiter and Mars. So that's going to be right here. Well, I'm not going to say retrogrades are good ideas or bad ideas. Retrogrades are kind of karmic. It means there's something coming up that needs to be dealt with. So if you need to have a conversation, reconnect with somebody, close the door, that's what we use for retrogrades. Think of it as like cleaning out the fridge. right? And you guys go through all the stuff and you're like, is this expired? Okay, throw it away. And then there's other stuff that you're like, no, I'm going to eat that. And you leave it. That's kind of how retrograde works. So for you, I would be looking around early August, because in your chart, you're going to have Jupiter and Mars. Gemini is 2. Jupiter is you. And Mars represents your past. So there could be a reconnection with somebody from your past. And this belongs to the South Node. But when you have your Mars return, Jupiter will be there as well. So it's saying you might be going into a second really prominent relationship. Here's the challenge. This will square your Jupiter and Venus. It will also square Saturn and Neptune in your whole sign 4th, which is the past. South Node, the past. And then this is about where you're going. So you're going to have somebody that's going to come in and you're going to be like, oh, there's this new person. You know, do I wait for my ex? Do I go forward with this person? What do I do? And then Mercury rules your 7th. And what's going to happen is if you look at your Mercury here in Leo, Mars is going to retrograde very close to that. And then Mars will go back into your 7th. So another time would be the end of December going into February. Could there be a Mercury could there be a reconnection from the past? Sure. But the problem is that, you know, it does kind of seem like there could be some communication issues. So really, when I really look at what's going to happen, I look at the midpoint. So this would be the midpoint chart for you between your two charts. So you're 27 degrees Capricorn rising, Sun in Gemini, Moon in Gemini, 4th house in the past. Been kind of wild here the last couple of years with Pluto on your ascendant. And then also you had eclipses in Gemini and you've had Saturn square your Sun. So it has not been easy, but could I see you guys connecting? Well, you need to have a really strong Saturn transit. So Jupiter will hit this, so you guys could definitely reconnect at the end of May. Oops, right here. When Jupiter hits your Sun and Moon, because that could bring two people together. But I really think what you're going to want to do is if you guys do reconnect, you have to really see how things go towards the end of the year. Like just because you guys separate or divorce doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, getting back together, you should kind of jump in head first. I actually would wait and see what happens when you start having the Mars retrograde in your 7th in December through February. And when this retrogrades, it will oppose Pluto and it will square Mercury. And then next year, you want to be careful because if you guys get back together and it's not working, you're going to be more financially entangled next year because you're going to have Saturn hitting your Mars at 24. Let me ask you a question. Have you guys had issues revolving around spending money or conversations or arguments about money because you have Mars in the 2nd house of resources at 24 about who's spending what, where's money going, and this is technically your whole sign 3rd house. Communication, trust issues. Mars at 24 in the whole sign 3rd could be like, let me see your phone, who are you talking to? Or like, what are you doing with this or with that? Ugh. That kind of stuff. You know, your South Node is in your 7th house, so that doesn't mean that it can be challenging maintaining or completing a relationship or staying in one, especially because you've got the Sun and Moon as the ruler conjunct. He makes most of the money and spends a lot. He's a businessman. Well, I mean, I get the Venus-Jupiter conjunction, but probably in my opinion, you know, having Venus in the 6th house in a marriage chart, that's not ideal. And then you got Venus in opposition to Uranus, so that can represent back and forth, on and off. But certainly the turning point about the financial situation between the two of you is going to kind of really become a huge focal point, together or not, you know, basically next year. You're going to see that starting in September with the eclipse and then more so next year. I can see you guys getting together, but with Venus in opposition to Uranus, that does not necessarily mean that it will stick. That's my opinion. And I would be real careful with getting back together unless that's what you guys decide you want to do. Jupiter will hit your Sun and your Moon, and it's going to be on the, you know, the cusp of the 5th house. It's in the 4th. So it might represent going back and forth between two homes, and then it's like, okay, let's get back together. And then boom, Jupiter goes into your 5th house. Could be that you guys have a kid. And then you're like, okay, now we really do have to pick a lane, you know? I think for you, you know, I think the astrology is doing what it's meant to do. You know, Jupiter Uranus is on his moon, so he's in and out of the home, or he's having a lot of back and forth with a woman who he's in a relationship with. He's having to be more financially responsible for things. And, you know, Saturn and Neptune are in his 1st house, so there's going to be something being like, okay, you know, I need my space, and that's what he's going to do. And then for you, you have, you know, Saturn and Neptune going into your whole sign 4th house, where you're like, I'm really kind of protecting my home space, protecting my energy, you know, not just letting somebody in and out of my life. Look for the dates that I gave you. So it's going to be August, and then at the end of the year, where there can be some reconciliation, but like also somebody else can come in. If you've been married once, that's your 7th house, and then your quote unquote 2nd marriage would be your 9th, where you do have Venus and Jupiter. So yes, somebody else would come in, but it's squaring your 7th. So it means that until you actually fully wrap that up and you're sure that you're done with that person, then you can really proceed to the next relationship. Tricky stuff. Tricky stuff, especially because if you do develop a relationship, it can be a relationship at a distance, because Saturn's starting to come into an opposition with Venus. So you're like, we go back and forth. You know, if you guys are committed to trying to make it work, if you are, see how it goes living separately this year. It can be difficult, but it's better than jumping back into that and getting more kind of entangled. But both of your guys' astrology is doing what it's supposed to do. Both of you guys need space. He needs to be more independent, and he needs to learn how to be more responsible. For you, it's about kind of having a solid home base where somebody's not coming in and messing with things. I hope that's helpful. Let me know if you have any questions. I would say option C, waiting to see what else comes through, because when Jupiter goes into your 7th house, it's like man buffet. Especially when it hits your Juno and your Mars and your moon. You might meet some younger person or somebody who wants to do more of what you want to do. It doesn't have to be younger than you, but it can be younger than the person that you were with, you know? Hopefully that's helpful. Actually, there's one that needs help with my visa. So Gemini is documents, right? And, you know, it's ruled by Mercury. And when I look at what's going on in your 9th house, which has Mercury associations, you have Venus at a 19 and Jupiter at a 19. Getting married but paying you, right here. Transactional love, Venus and Virgo, conjunct Jupiter. So that could be the 2nd marriage. You can do that. Jupiter Uranus trying that will definitely bring in some funds. Yeah, it would be more business. So then the real marriage would be the 3rd marriage, which would be Pluto in your 11th house. And that would definitely be somebody who's different. Let us know what happens. Circle back. I want to hear what happens in like May, June, when you start seeing the ingresses into the 7th, because certainly there could easily be a relationship for that. All right, so we have Emiko, and then Steph, Ayana, and who else? And then Kay. We are making our way through. Thank you guys for your patience. All right, so Emiko changed their question. So I gotta go hunt for it. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Storing PayPal, but I want to tweak my question. I'm not ready to open a biz and still stuck creatively, so I don't need a date. What's coming next with work, finance, and what should I focus on for my purpose? All right, let's talk about it. Well, you just had that new moon on your ascendant, so that's a good start. All right, so we had this new moon here, right there, earlier in the day. And that represents literally like a blank sheet. So you're like, okay, what are my intentions? What am I trying to make happen? I'm reading your message here. So been struggling financially since I moved out, in and out of jobs as I've been working with a wealthy woman doing graphic design and branding for her business. Long story short, it isn't working out due to miscommunication, lack of committing to a contract. In light of that, she shows me that I have a bad relationship with money and strictly a scarcity mindset, a lot of fear, which is what I'm aware of. I feel like there's a blockage I can now lift since living paycheck to paycheck. However, I'm not sure what my next steps are. Sorry, it kind of cuts off your message at some point. Come on. There we go. My question is, when is the best day? Oh, it's kind of cutting off. You might have to let me know. Is it going to do it? When is the best day to open an LLC? Okay. All right. So I got most of it. So you're just asking what's coming. So you don't need a date, but you're letting me know what's been going on. Let me know if I'm missing anything. Okay, so you're having a falling out with somebody business-wise. It's showing you a lot about scarcity mindset with money. Sounds like you're getting it, okay? Part of this is that you do have Pluto that's squaring your moon in Taurus. Moon in Taurus, exalted, second house, feels safe when they have food, money, shelter, right? You need security. It's really important. And so you're feeling like your security is threatened because Pluto is squaring it. And that's encouraging you to really transform your goals when it comes to your possessions and what you're creating, and also, that kind of business transacting with people. Pluto will be in a square to your moon off and on this year. It'll kind of ease up a little bit next year. I'm glad to hear that you're aware of it. I also think about Pisces risings who have like Aries sun or Mercury. These eclipses that are coming through are opportunities for you to be like, okay, I'm actually going to actively do the work. Where is it that I have issues with spending? Does it mean, that I'm actually not aware of my worth? Am I not charging enough? Where can I kind of regroup with some things financially? That definitely is the theme for you in April. But first, it starts with you like releasing and letting go of anything that's no longer serving you. So usually you hear that with a full moon, but in a new moon at 20, you're like, okay, I'm setting intentions to be like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I know it's different than what I've been doing. I don't know what it's going to be yet, right? I just have faith that it's going to shift. Faith in what you're designing, what you're creating, what you're putting out there. I think something else is that you're setting intentions and you're manifesting like, new opportunities that can come in. It can be, like new gigs. It can be maybe you're creating or you're envisioning something that you can sell. Like I almost wonder, do you have art and things that you have already created, like graphics and things that you could say, oh, I'm going to put together packages for other digital creators, and maybe they have themes and maybe they've got stuff to them and I can like package them and then like put them out to the masses, Jupiter, Uranus in the second house. Things that are beautiful or connected to nature or plants or crystals. Like if you're somebody who is interested in doing that, it might be worth considering. Like I've seen a lot of people on like Etsy and stuff where they create all of those like picture or image packs with the different themes. And this is about what you kind of dream up and then what you ultimately end up kind of creating. And this is about being resourceful. Okay. I feel stuck creatively, so I have made my own art stuff. Okay. So, I would consider that. As like somebody who's, a creator myself, sometimes I'm like, my plate is full. I like the idea of being able to have pieces and things that I can kind of clip together. I say that because the second house with Jupiter is something that's like a larger collection, and Uranus is like for, people who might want to pick it up and buy it. Maybe it's going to be giving you the opportunity to create like packages and other things. And also, this is taking place in your whole sign third house. So for Pisces rising, Jupiter and Uranus in the third is rethinking what it means to, have contracts when it comes to business and clients and money. Like if you're going to be working with people and you don't want to repeat the same pattern, what are you learning about being like, hey, I'm going to create an artist, agreement or a purchasing agreement. Hey, if I'm doing this work for you, these are the terms, this is the amount, this is what needs to be paid up front, this is what needs to be paid for me to complete the project. Here, I'm going to email it to you, please sign it and get back to me. And maybe you're just going to start doing that if you're going to be taking, clients on a like, I don't even know what you would call it, commission basis. So if somebody's going to commission you, they have to agree to the terms. And possibly that's what's emerging, right? You don't see it yet, but it's going to give you more security in the long run. So you're not kind of getting stuck, not getting paid from somebody because somebody's deciding to kind of jerk you around. That's the silver lining. The other thing that I think about is, you need to have a really strong Mars transit or something in order to bring money in. So you just recently had your Mars return. You're going to be seeing now Jupiter is squaring your Mars. So you're like, okay, where is it? But as soon as you start seeing Jupiter get into Gemini and making trines, there will be opportunities to work. I don't even think you're gonna have to wait that long. You know, a Mercury retrograde in the second house, if you haven't had money coming in, a retrograde can change that, right? Especially because the Mercury retrograde is connected to your house of clients. So you might have other people coming back to you being like, hey, I want to work with you, or, you know, can you do something for me? Can I pay you? So you might have a wave of people who return who want to say, you know, let's work together. I would be really cautious about the clients that you are working with and make sure that your ideas are on the same page and like they're very clear about what they want. So there's no having to redo work, because I have found sometimes with retrogrades connected to the 7th and the 2nd, it's like somebody will be like, I want a refund, or I don't, you know, like this, or this needs to change, or I need to reschedule something. So it's like, be mindful that there can be a lot of back and forth with people. But in that, the Cazimi might actually be really positive for you, because Mercury will conjunct the Sun, and the Sun represents the 6th house of work. And Cazimis are always positive, right? So you're going to have that Cazimi coming in around April 11th, 2024. And this is where a job or an opportunity, maybe in hospitality, comes up. Maybe you've applied for something and you get a call back and they're like, hey, do you want to work with us? Or like, I have this idea for, you know, a project. And you're like, okay, what's your budget? And they come back and they say, well, I'm willing to spend this much. And you're like, okay, great. Let's draw up the contract. Let's get started on your project. So I think this potentially will be really good for you. You know, the eclipses are going to be in Aries and Libra, which are very financial for a Pisces rising. But the ruler is going to, both rulers are going to be conjunct Saturn in your sign. So you're the one saying when, how, where, how much. So it's about knowing your worth with that North Node in the second house. It's being like, yeah, I'm doing the work. Okay, this is what you want to pay me. And it's about money coming faster, because Aries can be quick and in new ways. And as these planets come through and you have this solar eclipse in Aries where you're planting a seed and you're like, okay, great, I am going to be making more money, it trines your midheaven by a couple degrees. So it's opening up work and career for you. It's also trining your South Node in the 6th house. So it's helping you make a change at work. So I definitely think so. You said in a tarot reading, I may be moving Wahoo somewhere, I dropped 2. Yeah, but the money stuff might actually come in a lot sooner for you. So I haven't started talking about the eclipses yet. I'm going to be doing that, I think, in this next week. But I talk about in my eclipse videos, you know, like the fact that Saturn is very much in control. And like Pisces, as long as you're drawing a boundary, Pisces risings, and you're very clear about what your non-negotiables are during these eclipses, you will bring in more money. Granted, North Node in Aries is in your second house and you got to work for it. But Jupiter is also coming into your second house too, and you can start charging more for your resources. And I would say, like, do you want to do graphic design for, you know, social media? Do you want to help people create like whole banners and things? You know, maybe you have a service where you're like, hey, I'll create all of your stuff and make it all flow, and I can give you everything you need for your Instagram, your Twitter, your YouTube, your whatever, and help people also maybe build websites. You don't have to do it, but you can create the images for it if that's something that they want. So I would start thinking about new packages and also learning from the situation and being like, okay, I'm not going to get screwed again. I have a working agreement. Maybe draft something up. Maybe you're working on that. You know, now that it's like a new moon, maybe wait until the moon goes into Taurus. So you can do that sometime like the 12th, the 13th. And you start working with the sextiles and you're like, okay, what went wrong in this situation? How can I avoid that? I'm going to, you know, write something up so that way I can kind of move forward with new clients. Is traditional art in the picture too, because I'm over at graphic design? Yeah, Taurus can be physical. So this would be like you're painting something, you're drawing something, you're, you know, designing something physically, you're, you know, working with clay, you're sculpting something. Yeah, I could see that, but it's a combination of something that you're doing that's physical, tangible, second house, but it still comes from like your imagination. So yes, you could do that. And also those may bring you more value in terms of sales over the next couple years. Okay, so I hope that that's helpful for you. We're sending you lots of good money vibes. You're definitely going to see as we get into April and then May, and you watch these planets that start coming into your Placidus second house. I think the money is going to start showing up the end of April. Good luck. Good luck. How is Hawaii? How is the weather there? Would love to know. All right, so we've got Steph Bear, we've got Kay, Brandy, and who else? And Dorothy. Thank you guys for your patience. All right, so Steph wanted to know about her business with Dina. Let me pull this up. All right, so I'm gonna run the composite for this for you guys. And this is what Stephanie says. Awesome. Give me a thumbs up if you guys can. We're gonna hit 80 thumbs up soon. All right, so Stephanie says, Dina and I decided to focus on Airbnb as our initial business venture. Basically, we're gonna rent out properties, then list them on Airbnb with the landlord's knowledge, of course. Will this be successful based off of our astrology? What do we need to focus on to make it scale? We're incorporating our company on 3/11, our birthday information in case you need it. Was not sure. Okay, so got this. All right. So this is your midpoint composite chart. So this is putting the two charts together. So in this chart, you are a Virgo rising. You have Saturn and Uranus retrograde in your fourth. So that's important because I'm going to talk about that in a second because that relates to home and property. You're a Sun in Taurus and a Moon in Capricorn. Okay, so you guys are a grand Earth trine. So they're wanting to rent apartments with the knowledge of the landlord to turn them into Airbnbs. So you got to probably pay the deposit. You're covering, utilities and expenses. You got to furnish the place. You're going to have it cleaned, whatever. So they're wanting to start doing this business on 3/11. Oops. So that's when they're going to incorporate. Tomorrow. Well, business is relating to Gemini. Okay? Ruled by Mercury. So what do you guys have coming up here soon? Well, Jupiter, which is your fourth house lord, which deals with home and property, is going to come into conjunction with Mercury. So that off the bat is a green light. That's basically saying, hey, if you're wanting to do this kind of business, you can do it, especially if it's something that's going to be kind of flexible, Gemini, temporary, that involves travelers. Great. This is also going to go hand in hand with a trine from Jupiter to Pluto. So it's saying, oh, you have a creative business, you're offering a service. Yeah, okay, timing-wise makes sense. I feel inclined to tell you guys that in the long term, I would be careful here. Because you guys do have Chiron in Gemini. So Chiron is at 22 degrees. So this is wounding relating to communication, contracts, and business, which is in opposition to Saturn. So your guys' business and Uranus. I feel like at some point, while it's a good idea, and I'm sure you guys can make money off of this, like I would start small because I feel like you're going to either have issues potentially with, okay, if people come and they use the space and if there's damages, you guys are liable for it. Because this can talk about damages and accidents and other things. I also feel like if this is something you're going to do, it's very important while you're having eclipses in the North Node in your 8th house. Like let's say you go and you rent, 2 apartments, you furnish them, whatever. It's very important that, you guys are managing your expenses and you're looking at realistically what you're budgeting to furnish the place, how much money you guys are willing to spend on, all of the extras and stuff, and you're managing the debt for the business and you're paying it off. And you need to have renter's insurance. It's very important. Gets me a little anxious seeing Saturn and Uranus in your 4th house that's in a fire sign. Because what's going to happen is Saturn and Neptune are going to go into your 7th house of your marketplace. So this can be about people who are drinking, they're drugging, they're not paying attention, they're not careful. Square Saturn and Uranus, you can have an apartment fire, and you guys could be on the hook for it potentially because you're the person who is on the lease. So I would not be just renting something, just aimlessly being like, everything will be fine. Like, go and look at stuff of like Airbnb people online. People are generally, I think, pretty good, but you see stuff like people putting out their cigarettes on counters. You see people puking all over stuff, people who are breaking things. You're going to be on the hook for all of that. So it's really important to really look at your cost percentages and be like, okay, are we actually renting this enough to, you know, cover rent? Otherwise, you're in a lease, right? Just some food for thought. Timing wise, it makes sense, but I don't think this is something that you guys will do like forever, because you're going to have Saturn coming into your 7th house next year with a retrograde. And I know I told you that it's going to be spring of 2025 anyway, when you guys have this retrograde, and you're going to be assessing, is this working? Do we like what we're putting out there? Do we want to make a change? And I don't know if it's going to be like some weird second wave of like some disease or some situation like COVID, because a lot of astrologers are speculating when we have the retrogrades in the spring of 2025, you guys are going to see something weird happen. And this will square all of your stuff. So what happens, God forbid, we have another weird world event, you're in a lease, and now there is limitation of people traveling, and people are afraid to be in a space, and like you're on the hook for months, if not a year, for a lease. You know what I'm saying? Be careful. Whatever you guys are doing, you're going to be reevaluating it anyway this time. Now, because your midheaven is in Gemini, it means you can do more than one thing. So you can be like, well, we have rentals and we do this, you know, so you could do more than one thing. And because Mercury is the ruler and it's in the 9th, you know, you guys could also do like marketing and advertising for brands. You could be like somebody who's going and helping set up and like, you know, help people kind of figure out and like formulate like brand strategies and other things. That's just more mental and communication. It's still work, but there's less being on the hook financially. And you also have Sun conjunct Venus that is in your 9th house, trine your ascendant. So this would be good for cosmetics, perfume, import of crystals, jewelry. Maybe you guys are, let's see, this is at a 21. So it would be like importing and export of bracelets, rings, watches, jewelry, things that you can get from places that are cheaper. Or maybe you develop relationships with like jewelers and then you bring it in and you're like, oh, this came from Italy or these came from India, and then you sell them. Would be a little safer, in my opinion. The other thing is that these trines do come into your moon in the 5th house. So then you've got home goods, children's wear, pregnancy attire, you know, things that are more relating to like women. So there, I know we've talked about the things that you guys can do, but I get a little antsy about just aimlessly going into being like, we're going to rent apartments, unless you guys really are prepared financially that if you have that lease and you say, okay, well, we've rented the Airbnb maybe 4 times or 5 times this month, you know, is it covering our rent or are we just breaking even? Start slow is my advice, and make sure that you're going to be properly insured. And I would still diversify, because when you see Jupiter retrograde over your midheaven later in the year, I think you're going to be reassessing and you're going to be like, oh, is this actually working for us? Okay, well, if it's not, you know, then let's make a change. And likely you're going to maybe consider adding something else in August. So maybe it would be a second unit or a second apartment. And then you'll be reassessing what's working and not working as it squares Saturn. And the thing that you're going to run into with Jupiter square Saturn is timing. Saturn in the 6th house is like, do you have a good company that's managing your Airbnbs? Are they getting cleaned properly? Are people showing up on time? You know, are you needing to kind of have people go and fix things? Saturn in the 6th house is you're going to have people coming in that are going to have to like fix stuff and like maintain things. And so if you're kind of the middleman between landlords and also, you know, renting these Airbnbs, if something's broken or if other people are, you know, not fixing stuff in regards to the unit, that's going to have an impact. So you want to have a really good rental, and you want to know that it's not going to have any problems. And also I would be on the lookout for neighbors and stuff that have pets, because there can be some irritation with like people who have pets or animals, whether people staying in your space or vice versa. If there's a neighbor that's complaining, oh, you know, they brought these loud dogs and they're staying in this apartment, like you're going to see there can be issues with either pets or, you know, people who are helping manage the space. And whenever planets come to these, you know, 23, 24 degrees, it's squaring. So you're definitely going to be like, man, you know, do we want to keep doing a business where we may potentially have some incompetent people? Just an idea. So let me know what you guys think. But there's definitely more than one. There's more than one idea that I see that's going to kind of roll out this year. You know, I like the idea of like marketing it and like really like, I don't know if there's stuff on Airbnb where, you know, I know a lot of it can be based off of reviews, but if there's something where you're like, yeah, we can kind of push our stuff to the top so it's more visible, you're likely going to be bringing in a lot of people who are coming and visiting from far away. I think it's people who are coming to LA to visit LA or whatever area you're renting in, or people who are foreigners and you're like, yes, come, we have all these extras for you, or, you know, we can give you all these recommendations and things. And you may luck out and find that there's a lot of people who are wanting to come there, and you might have a good year or so out of it, and then you'll have to reassess it in the spring. Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you guys. All right, so we've got Kay, Brandy, and Dorothy. You guys are on deck. Thank you for your patience. Somebody's asking me, do I have a Melissa in queue? Yes, I do. You're right after Dorothy. All right, let's look at Kay. And did I get KB? I'm not even sure. No, I didn't do it yet, Matt. Not yet. All right, so we've got K here, 8:23:91, 4:20 p.m. And you're a Capricorn rising, Sun in Leo, and your moon is in Aquarius. We've had two 29-degree Leo suns here this evening. You guys are divas. All right, so I have a stellium of planets in Leo. Yep. And Saturn and the moon conjunct in the opposite sign. Yep. And Uranus conjuncting my ascendant. Yep. I feel like my chart is absolutely crazy. My question is, what transit other than Jupiter in the 5th should I look out for when it comes to having children or conceiving? Thanks so much, and hello from Tucson. Ooh, 520 in the house. That's where I'm from. I wish I could have EGs. I don't know if you know what that is, but that's like my favorite hometown meal. All right, so here's the funny thing about your chart. 29 degrees is Regulus. Okay, that's the mark of a king. And you have your sun at this critical degree that's conjunct Venus, which is retrograde, and Mercury, which is retrograde. Okay. Venus rules your 5th house of children. I have found people with 29 degrees sun, they either have a ton of kids or they have fertility issues. Now, I'm not a doctor, but I have seen that. Okay. I mean, one bad example, but this is an example. Trump, 29 degrees. He's got a ton of kids, right? Who else has got that 29 degrees? There's somebody else that's got a bunch of kids. I say this because I can also see that you've got the moon conjunct Saturn. So Saturn restricts and it limits. It doesn't deny, but it limits. And the moon is supposed to be fertile. And you have the moon in an air sign, which is masculine. So I factor your moon Saturn and your 29 degrees. And I wonder, have you had fertility issues? Has there been issues? Or do you have a ton of kids? Just wondering. Or has there been some reluctance because you're working through some emotional stuff before you decide to have the breakthrough and have children? You will see, yes, Jupiter going into Taurus can bring pregnancy because it's going into your 5th house, which is about children. So it brings the expansion of that, and it's in a fertile sign. But also because it's going to be trining your ascendant, which is your body. Okay. And so technically Saturn is your chart ruler. So if you look at your astrology, you know, Pluto's coming into conjunction with Saturn. So it's saying like there needs to be a big change and transformation of the body. So it can be, you know, you're preparing for pregnancy. Yes, it's dry lands up there. Had a miscarriage. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. But it's obvious to me that probably one of the challenges and the hangups to fertility is the fact that your Venus is retrograde, which means it's karmic. There is a sense in this lifetime, if you believe in karma, your soul came in, it said, look, I have a lot to work through in regards to opening up and being emotionally available. I'm working through some tough karma stuff in regards to my relationship with my mom or feeling truly safe with a partner, Moon, Saturn. And obviously the 8th house, even though you have this like amazing, dazzling, sparkly, you know, basically Leo stellium, which is very glamorous and loud, it's in the 8th house, which it can't shine there. That's like a Scorpio's lair, right? So it means like, oh my God, I'd love kids more than anything. It'd be amazing. It'd change my whole life. And then boom, here's the Capricorn, like Saturn stellium, which is like, oh, but I don't know. I don't know if I can do it. It's going to be really hard. And what about my body and my emotions? And they conflict with each other. Leo and Capricorn quincunx each other because Saturn rules Capricorn, which is stern, serious, committed, mature. Leo's ruled by the sun, which is about creativity, life, children. You know, Saturn was seen as like, you know, basically, you know, Hellenistic astrology. That was the furthest planet they looked at. It was like Pluto. So you're looking at like Leo, life, Saturn, death, right? And so it does represent, there's a whole lot of things that need to go down in regards to relationship with your body, relationship with yourself, clearing through ancestral trauma, bonding with a partner, learning to be vulnerable, and like really working through some of this stuff, right? So then Venus retrograde is saying there's some karmic things happening revolving around your relationship to children and loss. But the 8th house is letting go and rebirth, so it can bring in another kid. Anyway, just some food for thought. Mercury is there too, so it may also mean that you may need to like negotiate a little bit. It sounds weird, but Leo is children. You might need to negotiate a little bit with your inner child. You may need to negotiate a little bit with the soul, being like, hey, I promise I'm not going to freak out. I'm ready, like something like that. And I would definitely like know what's going on with your fertility, you know, like really go and look at the numbers, get a full idea, because Pluto is conjuncting your Saturn. So it's important to know what's going on here. Now, to really see a pregnancy coming through, I don't think it's good astrology to be like, oh, Jupiter's going to be in your 5th house, you're going to get pregnant, because plenty of people have that transit and they don't get pregnant. They fall in love, they start a new hobby, they win the lottery, whatever. What's really more so telling is that Uranus will be coming into, it's going to be coming into your 5th house. Now, that won't be until next year. And Uranus can certainly mean, because it rules money, that you're like, okay, I'm having some fertility issues. You know, maybe we need some assistance. Maybe we're going to a fertility clinic. We're working with them to help the process of being able to conceive naturally in an unconventional way. So they might help you with the process of conceiving naturally. That's what I've seen for a lot of like late Sag, early Capricorn risings who are having these transits. It may also mean that, you know, you decide, well, do I want to do something crazy if I can't have kids? Do I get a bunch of dogs? Do I adopt a kid? You know, do I go and try to do like a in vitro? You know, these things can happen. You can do that with these transits. But that's happening while Pluto is coming into conjunction with Saturn and then also your moon. So you have to know what you're working with, because it's obvious here that there is a blockage, and it's both in this lifetime, partially because emotional kind of burdens or blockages, but also there's some karmic stuff where you had to learn about loss before you were able to kind of, you know, bring another kid in. Progressions is my go-to. I feel like progressions and your annual perfection is really what's going to tell me what's going to go down. So you're 32 right now, so you're in a Virgo year, so that's like a 9th house year, which is ruled by Mercury, whole sign. And you got Mercury in the 8th conjunct Venus, so I really feel like telling you, like, if you want to get pregnant, go on vacation, you know, travel somewhere and like be relaxed and not like feel like you have to think about it. You know, that might help if you're in a Mercury year, because you got Mercury and Venus conjunct the sun. What else? Then you're going to have this year a Venus year when you get to your birthday. And you're going to have Mercury going to go retrograde through Virgo into Leo. So actually you'll have Mercury go retrograde through your planets in Leo in August. Oh, so you're traveling to Ireland. Perfect. So in August, when you have this Mercury retrograde, when you're in a Venus year and Mercury is retrograding over your Venus, you might announce that you're pregnant. That could happen, you know, in August. You could find out that you're pregnant. That could happen. And that's going to be squaring your 5th house. But the real one for me that I like to look at is the progress chart. I'm going to look at your secondary progressions. Natal. There you go. So this is how your chart progresses slowly over time. In this chart, you're in Aquarius rising, Moon in Aries, Sun in Libra. You have got progressed Jupiter getting ready to go into, or transit Jupiter getting ready to go into your progressed 5th house. And it's going to trine your Sun. Your 5th house is ruled by Mercury. Mercury is getting pretty close to your Sun. Saturn is going to oppose it. So are you and your partner on the same page about having kids? Do you have concerns? Are you guys back and forth about, you know, have you guys both looked at your fertility to see, you know, could it be one or the other, that there may be some challenges here? Might be worth looking into. But you're about to have an eclipse very close to your moon, and that could do it. Right there, that eclipse is very close to your moon. And then what you're going to see is in like a month or so later, when you're on vacation in May, Mars hits your progressed moon. And you could get pregnant then with Mars on your moon. So that's my thought on that. I maybe I'm just like OCD, but like I could not live with myself being like, oh, Jupiter's in your 5th house, you'll get pregnant. Like, no. You have to look at more than that. And I would go and learn about Regulus and the fact that you have those retrogrades in the 8th house. It seems like you have to do some, you know, I mean, it's rough out here on Earth, man. Like there's a lot of having to convince souls to actually come here right now because it's a circus down it's a circus down here. And hopefully that's helpful in giving you some insight. Let me know if you have any questions. I guess one thing I would say in closing, because your Saturn and your moon is in your whole sign's 2nd house, which is food and consumption, and the dispositor is Uranus and it's going through your 5th, you really need to look at what you're eating. Look at what you're eating and the effects that might be having on your fertility, because Moon Saturn can be talking about the fact that you're consuming something that's not ideal for your fertility. Like it might be worth going and talking to somebody, or with Pluto on your Saturn, working with an acupuncturist, something like that, and like really be working on opening up that Moon Saturn conjunction and like being willing to kind of process some stuff where there's been some trauma or some, you know, like some barriers. But I think a lot of it might literally be connected to something you're consuming that you're eating. Anyway, hopefully that's helpful. Perfect. Acupuncturists are like little magicians, man. Like I've had so many clients that are like, oh, I'm like 45, I can't get pregnant, or I've been trying for 3 years, I can't get pregnant. And it's like everybody I've spoken to go to acupuncturists, they take the teas and the herbs, and then they're working on regulating their body and getting everything to flow because it has to do that. And then it's like, boom. Okay, well, keep us updated and have an EGs for me, please. People are like, what the hell is that? Except Dorothy. Dorothy seems to know. That's my favorite place. All right, so we've got Brandy, and then we have Dorothy, Melissa, and Micah. Brandy, not Dorothy. Brandy, and then we've got Dorothy. Brandy. My bad. You're welcome. All right, Brandy says January 22nd, 86. And she's a Cancer rising, Sun in Aquarius, Moon in Gemini. March is a big month. Extended my nursing contract, met a new spiritual teacher, and traveling to meet my biological mother on 3/31. Congrats. Can you please tell me a couple highlights that I should look out for? Well, let's see. So you're ruled by the moon. You're having these eclipses that are going to be taking place in Libra, and you're meeting your biological mom. That's so amazing. Let's look at this eclipse. I think that's connected to your 4th house eclipse. So for Cancer, Cancer rising, you know, the Libra lunar eclipse at the end of March on the 25th, you're going to hear that it's 4th house, which is home, family, completing something, some big energy revolving around that. For you, it's in your 3rd house of traveling. And this is why I use Placidus. So this is an excellent example. It's technically Libra, which is supposed to be your 4th house of home and mother, South Node, something that was lost or that you let go of. The full moon can bring it back into unison, but it's in your 3rd house and you have to travel to meet her. Right? So there you go. So that's the eclipse. And what's so interesting is that when this happens, it trines Pluto in your 7th house. So it's about a huge breakthrough when it comes to, you know, relationships, a huge breakthrough when it comes to maybe finally like purging or, you know, healing issues where maybe you have felt disconnected. Simultaneously, it's trining your sun, right? Which is about feeling valued, feeling wanted. Trining your Venus, which is going to be about home and family. Like, what an amazing story, and having like some connection to somebody and being like, oh, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a really colorful story where mom's going to be like, this is why I couldn't do it. It's not that I didn't want you. This is where I was at. And then she's going to say, you know, can we open the door to establishing a relationship? Can be really heart opening. The ruler is going to be Venus. Venus will be conjunct Saturn. So is there somebody else who's bringing you guys together? Are you supposed to be meeting an aunt or like another sibling or somebody because there may be another woman there? Or Venus, Saturn, are you traveling with a partner to go and meet her? Because I see another person being involved here because this talks about the support of another person being involved. Just wondering. But there's another person involved. So that checks out. My sister. Okay, cool. So you have the sibling, 3rd house, Venus is going with you to travel to go and meet mom. Bingo. Or unless you're meeting another family member. You met your sister before your mom. There it is. Okay. See, astrology's real, guys. What a cool like Venus Sun, Venus Pluto kind of storyline, right? Like, it's not all like crisis. Sometimes it can be like, oh my God, there's this family that I never knew that I had, you know? And really, it's making some rather harsh aspects in your chart, the Pluto transit, scoring the nodes. So it's nice that you get a little bit of a reprieve here with this eclipse, and it's trining that, and it's opening the door to establishing new relationships with people. And I love that you have another person, sibling, going with you to kind of help with the process, because I see somebody being like, and here's mom, but I couldn't figure out who that person was. Then the other thing that's worth mentioning is that, you know, Pluto is going to get up to 2 degrees this year. So Pluto's coming in hot, getting ready to come into conjunction with your sun. So I would definitely read up on the Pluto Sun transit. Sun rules 2nd house of self-esteem, resources, like money. So there can be a lot changing in regards to your relationship with money, how you and a partner are handling money. There could be a significant man that can enter your life. There could be a big change in regards to how you see yourself and your value and your worth. But whenever planets hit 2 degrees, because it's like a Taurus degree, it represents kind of like pouring the cement and something becoming solid. That's when Pluto really kicks the door in. So Pluto, which is about changes and transformations and working through crisis, hits 2. You're like, oh my God, this is real. Like, I have this other family, right? But it could also mean that you're like, oh my God, this is real. Like, now I'm having to deal with like real, you know, grown-up stuff when it comes to money and like resources. Yeah, and I think that it might send you for a bit of a tailspin, because you're like, I've always prioritized this family, I've always focused on this, or I've always thought that I wasn't, you know, wanted, and now I realize I was, and you see the bigger picture, you know? Definitely a lot of self-worth stuff though, for sure, because the sun is very personal. So that seems to be really big. And then the second eclipses that are gonna come in will be in Aries, and that's gonna be squaring your, slightly squaring your Mercury. But this is just more about like career, reputation, like work stuff. There might be some changes going on in terms of, you know, what direction you're going in with your professional life. Definitely for Cancer risings, that's, you know, a lot of what's kind of taking place. And that retrograde at the same time, I think, might be about being like, okay, now I'm acclimating, getting back into work after taking some time off, or deciding if you want to navigate and go in a different direction with your work.
right? So really kind of the choice is yours. But my mind immediately goes to the fact that Pluto's going to be on your sun, conjunct your Venus, and on your descendant all year long. Okay, and there will be a full moon that's going to be taking place at the end of July at 29 degrees of Capricorn. There's 2 full moons this year in Capricorn, so there's a blue moon. So I would be looking at that too, because that's going to be some big relationship stuff, and it's going to be about your relationship to other people. Okay. Hopefully that's helpful for you, gave you some insights. Congrats on meeting your mom. That's such a big deal. Thank you, Gibson. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so we got Dorothy, then we've got Melissa, Micah, and Virginia. We're making headway. All right, so let's see what Melissa wants to take a look at. All right, so Melissa says 2/22/77, Wilmington, Delaware. All right, so you're a Sag rising, sun in Pisces, and your moon is in Aries. She says, which influences me more, my ascendant or my sun? Especially with the ascendant being in the first house, along with my sun sign and my ruling planet. Life has been wild lately, every area, love, home, career. Okay, so I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. So my ascendant or my sun, especially with the ascendant being in my first house. Well, the ascendant's always in your first house and your sun sign. Okay, so it sounds like you're asking me what's the difference between your sun sign or your rising sign and how to make sense of what's going on in your chart. Okay, so if you're here, let me know, give me some feedback. Also, hi, we have the same moon. All right, so you have a Sagittarius rising, sun in Pisces, and your moon's in Aries. The first place my eyes go to when I look at a chart, believe it or not, is not the sun sign. And I'm like a big champion for saying like sun signs are inherently selfish. And like a lot of people will come for me for saying that. But I feel like, you know, modern astrology, like when you read your horoscope, you know, you're going to immediately read your sun sign. And a lot of times, if you're like me, it may not resonate unless you have the same sun and rising sign. Some of it will kind of come through, but when we write horoscopes, we're writing the horoscopes for the zodiacal order. So it's going to be based off of your ascendant sign. So if you want to know what's going to happen in your life, you want to listen to your ascendant sign, because it's going to tell you quite literally what house are the planets moving through. Where is the eclipse? Where is the retrograde? Okay, so just kind of crash course. Your ascendant is your body, your appearance, and this is the gateway and how you kind of channel the energy that you're kind of coming into in this lifetime. So Sag rising, right? I'm here to do everything big, right? I want to travel, I want to learn, I want to teach. You're funny, right? You're a fire rising sign, so this is about action, this is about innovation. And it tells me that, you know, you're here to kind of do Sagittarius type things. So because you have a Sag rising, you're ruled by Jupiter. So there's 2 things that you always need to know in regards to that. A, where is Jupiter at all times? Jupiter changes signs roughly once a year. It'll go retrograde also once a year, because it's kind of like getting out there in the outer planets. You know, it does move relatively quickly, but we have a Jupiter retrograde that will affect you, and you'll notice that there is like a slowing effect during that time. So you're getting ready to have your Jupiter return. You're going to have your Jupiter return here in like a matter of weeks. You have Jupiter in Taurus. So the sign, right, is the lens in how the planet or house behaves. So for example, your first house is Sagittarius. You probably travel light, you're down for a road trip, you're really creative because you have a rising sign at a 5. You know, you express yourself in that Sagittarius way. But in your Jupiter sign, right, in the 6th house is work, habits, health, daily routine. So you have Jupiter there in Taurus. So it means that you're like, oh, I really enjoy, you know, helping people, right? I like making money helping people, Jupiter in Taurus. I'm really picky about my food. You know, I like to know where my food comes from. I want to know that it's healthy. I want to know that it's organic, maybe, I don't know.
Maybe it means that you like cleaning, you like organizing, it makes you feel good, it makes you feel comfortable, you know, you like to be organized in that sense. Maybe you know a lot about food or nutrition. Maybe you work in some kind of Taurus type of environment where you work with flowers or you work with, you know, herbs or something. That could be the case, I don't know. So basically the sign is how it's expressed, the house is the area of your life, and the planet represents the theme. So all of these things. Also organized calms me down. Okay, see what I'm talking about? So you want to know where Jupiter is. Jupiter's going to be in Taurus until the spring. We'll see kind of end of May going into June. It'll go into Gemini. So you always need to know where Jupiter is. Simultaneously, Jupiter and Uranus are right on top of each other. So April, May, June, there's new innovations, maybe at work, maybe you're working more independently, maybe you're on a new health kick. You're like, I only want organic, I want whole foods. Maybe you try to do like a vegetarian only thing. I don't know. But you're getting ready to change something. And that's because Uranus is going to hit your chart ruler. It's going to have an impact on your body. And you're going to have your Jupiter return. Pretty cool Jupiter return. Okay, so 2, you want to look at your sun sign, because the sun sign, all planets revolve around the sun. So the sun is basically the boss of the chart. It's like the ego. It's where, you know, a lot of your focus is in this lifetime. That's where you're shining a light. And your sun is in the 3rd house. So you like to communicate, and your sun's also at a 3. So it's kind of got like this Gemini vibe. Maybe you're intuitive in how you communicate, right? Maybe you're kind of iffy about who you kind of connect and communicate to, but still, you know, the sun in the 3rd house likes to go for drives, for walks, likes to write, listen to things, watch videos, especially, you know, being in Pisces. And yeah, you can read your sun sign after your rising sign. Jupiter is also the dispositor of your sun. So Jupiter really impacts you. Jupiter transits are very big because it's the traditional ruler of Pisces. And then 3, you want to look at aspects to your sun. So what's going on with your sun? Well, your sun kind of trines Uranus. So you're kind of quirky, unconventional, intuitive. You might feel like sometimes maybe you're a bit of like a homebody because you have your sun at the bottom of your chart, trine Uranus in your home sign 12th. But you might have dreams and things, and sometimes you just have downloads and you know things. And then your sun isn't really doing much else other than that. It does square the ascendant and the descendant, but that does mean that like home, the past, family, father figures, men in the home, these are all huge focuses in your life, particularly siblings. That's your 3rd house. So do you have a brother? And is there like a big focus on, you know, communication with like a sibling? I say brother because sun's solar, so it can be masculine. And then the final thing we look at is your moon. So where the sun shines, you can see it, right? How you communicate, you can be kind of like a Pisces. But then the Sag is a little bit like more like wild. The moon is more emotional, so it's hidden, it's subconscious. And the moon in Aries is like loud. It's bright. It's you can't hide your facial expressions. So you have a sun in Pisces, which is a water sign, but you have this double fire. So you're a little bit like more so spicy. And when the moon is in Aries, it's passionate, it's energetic, it's enthusiastic, but it can also be kind of like emotionally combative. It can be a little heated. Like there can be like moods that come up and then you get over it. You can get agitated really quickly and then you're over it. And your moon is in the 5th house where it likes to play, create, have fun, express itself, be athletic, gamble, like, you know, like all the things that are basically fun. You know, the 5th house rules like love affairs and dating and children and like casinos and like painting, designing, all that stuff. So you like to have fun. And your moon is at a Sag degree, so 21 degrees. So you have some kind of background in either working with children, taking care of children. Maybe you're athletic, you like to do that for your hobbies, right, Aries? And the moon's conjunct the South Node in Chiron. So there's some wounding issues here revolving around like maternal figures. So when the moon's conjunct the South Node, it's like, oh, my mom wasn't always there, you know, when I needed her, or, you know, I was a really young mother and it was like difficult for me. Or maybe it can be a situation where you're like, you know, I have mood swings that come on very quickly and I get like very like, you know, heated. South Node moon, it can be people who have mood swings. Or I have an off and on relationship with one of my daughters, you know, they kind of come back and forth into my life and it hurts me. So, you know, that's the moon.
So like, that's the thing. It's like when people tell me like, oh, I'm a Gemini, I'm like, okay, what's your rising sign? I don't really care what your sun sign is. And then you start to build the picture, and then you look at, okay, you know, the aspects that planets are making, that's what all these things are in the middle. It's like how they're talking to each other. So are they trining each other, giving each other a high five? Are they squaring each other and like fighting? So you have to kind of put it all together. Like no one chart is going to be identical to the other. It's incredibly rare unless you're twins, and even then it's not the same. And that's how you start to kind of read the chart. So right now, I'd be really focused on like that April through June period where Jupiter is going to move through your 6th house, healthier habits, changes your routine, better health, maybe a new job. Boom, then you get into June and it's like relationship stuff. Wherever Jupiter goes is where you go. So Jupiter going into the 7th house does make me feel like it's very likely that there's new relationship stuff and partnership stuff coming up. Unless you're in a relationship, it can evolve. And you're having eclipses and stuff that are going to be in Libra and Aries. So it is kind of dinging some of these things here, which is much more about you kind of coming to terms with like, look, you know, certain friends are kind of clearing out right now. There's changes in regards to your social structure. The North Node swinging into your 5th house, you're learning how to create. There's a huge focus maybe on younger people or children. Maybe you're like, I want to start a new hobby. Like I would say like, go and join like a softball league or get into like golfing or like do something that's like fun and athletic that you can do with other women. Or start doing something creative, start painting, like start working through your moods using art therapy, especially because the dispositor of your moon is Mars and it's in the 2nd house. So I definitely feel like it could be that you're like, hey, I'm investing more in like my hobbies and like things that make me happy and things that I can do independently, you know? Clear your house with your friends and associates. Okay, cool. But relationship stuff will come, whether you're looking for it or not. When your chart ruler goes into the 7th house once every 12 years, relationship stuff is the theme. But you won't start to see that until kind of getting into the summertime. But you're kind of making peace with the fact that like you don't have to please everybody, you don't have to be friends with everyone, you don't have to stay connected to people, and you're going to be much more focused on being like, how can I have fun? How can I cultivate more creative time? Am I spending time with my kids? And it's such a time for like play, you know? And it's your reverse nodal return, so it means that you're kind of like shifting into something that you're not used to doing, but the South Node is actually your comfort zone. So I wonder, like, you know, obviously because the moon rules your 8th house, do you have any experience in like trading or like working with the stock market? Because I kind of feel like with Venus being there and the moon being there and like the eclipses being there, you're like, oh, I kind of feel like I might feel kind of lucky. So whether you're like playing lottery or like you go to a casino, like there's something there where you're like, I feel like investing in this thing. I feel good about it. And like you might actually find that, you know, kind of listening to your instincts. I think Aries placements don't get enough credit for being very intuitive because they're just like, oh, I have to do this. There's this impulse. Unless you have like an Aries moon or a 1st house moon, you don't know, but we can be very impulsive. But by doing that, we're kind of like following what we're kind of feeling in tune, like, oh, I have to do this. I have to do it now. And you might be feeling like, you know, maybe investing in some stuff. So hopefully that gives you some insight. Definitely be reading Sagittarius, followed by Pisces, and then listen to Aries. Definitely be listening to, especially eclipse season, be listening to the eclipses and how they're impacting your moon sign, because that's going to be big for you. And yeah, if you ever want like a full-blown natal chart reading, let me know. I'm definitely your girl. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you. You're very welcome. People are always mind blown when they're like, what? Like, it's, if you know how to read a chart, it's actually pretty easy. That's one of the, I think, my favorite things to do is to read people's natal charts. All right, so we've got Micah, Virginia, and then we are going to do, who was that? Warrior Queen. There we go. There she is. What's up, Micah? Are you here? And Dorothy. I'm sorry, Dorothy. Sorry. So I've got Dorothy. I've got Dorothy, and then we've got Micah. I almost missed you. My bad. Lazy eyes. All right. So we got Dorothy. There she is.
41685. Dorothy says, what can I do to prepare for and work with the energies of the next 2 months? I feel like something good might be coming at work or in love, but I'm also impatient. I got you. Hold tight, Micah. Okay. So she's asking how to work with the energies of the next 2 months. Well, it pays to have Aries placements because, well, the North Node's in your sign. You're having these eclipses. It's bringing new opportunities for you. A lot of it's going to be things that you're initiating. The solar eclipse is going to kind of be what appears to be your Sun-Venus midpoint. So that can be really big for chance meetings, you know, new connections with people socially. But, you know, the sun can be about career, can be about, you know, your personal, you know, creativity, your joy, your happiness. The midpoint between that and Venus can represent meeting destined partners, coming into connections with people socially you're meant to meet. I think it's interesting. I would look back on the last eclipse that we had. So we had a solar eclipse in Aries that took place spring of last year. And that was closer to your sun. I would say what happened around that time. Different aspects, but similar idea, right? So now we're going to have this solar eclipse, which just generally, just for everybody, okay, I'm just going to be honest, not an easy eclipse. We're going to have a solar eclipse in Aries with the ruler conjunct Saturn behind the solar eclipse, which means we're going to feel blocked somehow. And then it's going to be conjunct Chiron. Well, I'm feeling blocked. Okay, let's heal it. Let's fix that. So for a lot of us, it's healing the relationship 19 with ourselves. And in your case, in the 11th house, it might mean you're like, I got to go and connect to people. I got to network. You know, I got to work with a team, or I got to be more active in socializing and being with my friends and doing things. Right? So it might be bringing you home to that, but that's where your sun natally is. I think that with the ruler being Mars and it's in the 10th house, I'm speaking about the solar eclipse in Aries. This is about being like, yeah, I'm working with a team of people. I'm leading people. Like there's something I'm showing up for. It's a lot of responsibility, but I'm here to do it. And it's right when Mars is on your moon. So it may also be like, okay, more responsibility, but it might be an increase in pay. You might get a raise, you might get, you know, a bump in your status or your title at work. And with that comes, you know, being, you know, looking over like a new department, maybe that could happen. So maybe easier for you more so than most. I would just say watch for some friction with older women at work. Aries is younger, Saturn is older. So it can be one of two things. If you're working with a bunch of younger people, it's going to be like you trying to like wrangle cats and you're like, oh my God, these younger people, like I just can't get them to figure it out. And I have to kind of work with them and get them on track and kind of, you know, assess who's going to be best at doing what and like delegate tasks and be a boss. Or it can mean that you're working with a new group of people and then, you know, Saturn on your moon is you're like, oh man, there's this like older woman at work and just like Nancy in HR, she's a real piece of work, like something like that, you know, because the moon is women and Saturn represents kind of a challenge or a limitation. So there's going to be something there. And I feel like Mars and Saturn are malefic planets. Like there's no easy way of putting it, you know, for everybody generally. Everybody is going to see with this eclipse that something's going to happen. We're going to be like, oh, I have to do this thing that I've been delaying doing. And until I deal with it, I'm not going to be able to heal this issue. And it can also mean that you're so insanely focused and dedicated at work that you're like, I'm not seeing my friends as much as I should. And I'm not making time and I'm not going out because I'm working so much. And like, I have to be a better friend. So I'm going to call my friends and, you know, finally commit to staying the course and like actually keeping our plans. Right? So just one way to look at it. And then the second eclipse, yeah, I mean, the Libra eclipse will come first at the end of March. And that one's going to be in Libra in your 5th house. So joy, creativity, romance. So that's nice. A great time to really show off what you can do and your creative skills at work. Love can be found at work too. That can happen. And this is going to be a lunar eclipse completion from a seed planted in October of 2023. Hello. And this will be a full moon that's right in opposition to Venus and Mercury. Mercury is your chart ruler. So are you giving like a presentation at work? Is there something like that going on? Are you going on a date? You know, are you in a relationship? Are you focusing more on your romantic time? I like the Libra lunar eclipse for Gemini risings because I feel like it's like about having fun and creativity. And I also like that it trines Pluto. So definitely the Libra lunar eclipse is easier, even though lunar eclipses are more emotional. And hi, we've got another planet conjunct Saturn. I feel like a broken record, but it's like, I haven't heard anybody else talking about this. Like the astrologers are like, oh yeah, Aries solar eclipse, new beginnings for you. And I'm like, what the hell? It's conjunct Chiron, and like Mars is conjunct Saturn. Like, are people candy coating it? And then I look at this eclipse and I'm like, well, it's a little bit better. At least it, trines Pluto, and this might be the eclipse that makes people realize, okay, I got to make sacrifices for the people that I love. But like, both of these eclipses are like not easy. Yeah, they're not easy, But for you, this is great. If you have an opportunity to be on stage or to present or like lead, like show people what you can do, right? That's my advice with these two eclipses. And know that the North Node's coming for your Venus, girl. That's great. That's good time for romance and having fun and being out with people and meeting people. And then the North Node's going to hit your Mercury. And that's going to be a time where you're like, yeah, I'm a part of this group. I would be trying to look at like fitness groups or working out with your friends. Aries is about activity and kind of burning off steam. And obviously you're very much a friendship person. You're very social. So I look at this and I'm like, dude, you have so much energy. Like, wrangle up all of your friends and be like, okay, let's all go for a hike, or let's all go and take a dance class or a fitness class or something. And find a way to be able to make the most of your time and try to see everybody as a group, because I think it would be easier if you do that, Okay, well, at least somebody did, because I haven't really heard anybody. But then again, like, I try to stay in my lane and mind my own business, because I don't want to let other people's interpretations of what's going on influence me personally, because I don't want to sound like what other people are saying. I would like to remain independent in that sense, but it's hard. Sometimes YouTube just starts playing videos and you're just like listening to a 3-hour video of like some Bulgarian astrologer and you're like, oh my God, what the hell is going on? If you guys are like me, the YouTube loop will just keep playing. All right, so I hope that's helpful for you, Dorothy. Circle back and let us know what new things kind of come through for you. All right, Micah, Virginia. Then we're going to have my warrior queen, and then we have Matthew. So we're getting down to the wire, guys. If you haven't already given us a thumbs up, please do. Make sure you're subscribed. We're never here on Sundays, so I think this may be one of the first ones. I don't know. Okay, so let's do Micah. Micah says, what big themes can I expect for this year with my birthday being on a new moon? I'm not particularly interested in dating this year, but I have my own a guy online that it's a long distance, and I have been talking to here and there. Any guidance would be great. Thanks. Well, Micah, let me not make this whole sign. There we go. Must have been from when we were talking last. All right, so I've got you here, Capricorn rising, Sun in Pisces, Moon in Taurus. So some food for thought. New moon birthdays, I like them. Although the month leading up to them, I would not wish on anybody, because it feels like a cosmic clearing. And I remember 2 new moons birthdays in my experience, and I'm like, what the hell is happening? And it was like a bunch of stuff ended right before that birthday. It's cleaning house. So I don't know if you had that experience, but that's usually what happens. So you're 32 now, okay? So you're in an annual perfection year 9, so you're a 9th house year. So your ruler is Mercury. So something that's a little bit of like extra oomph is pay attention to the Mercury retrogrades. You're going to be having one that's going to happen in Aries. That'll be in April. You're going to have one that's going to start in Virgo and go into Leo in August. And then you're going to have another one in November that's going to be in Sagittarius. Equally, when planets go through Virgo, August and September, that's when you want to pay attention. Obviously, hey, in your whole sign 9th, okay, this is whole sign, you have Jupiter, and Jupiter is the husband. And you're having your birthday right around the time that Juno is near your Jupiter. So there could be some stuff going on there. And in theory, when you do annual perfection, it's it's basically fulfilling the placement of your natal ninth house ruler and whatever is in your ninth house. So a whole sign would be Jupiter, ruled by Mercury, and it looks like you have Mercury in the fourth. So it may represent some change on the home front, maybe relocating, going somewhere new, traveling, something like that can happen. But I like new moon birthdays, sure. I think that it's giving you the opportunity to have a new moon when it comes to where your sun is. So let's look at that right here. So in the second house, it's personal possession, money, resources, right? And also whole sign third, thinking, communication. I think about how the ruler is Jupiter and it's sextile. I would be more focused on in this next year, we're anxious because Uranus is going to come up in conjunction to your moon. That's probably why. But Jupiter and Uranus are going to come into conjunction with your moon this year. And the moon rules relationships. And when Jupiter and Uranus goes into the fourth, there can be sudden changes on the home front or, big shifts going on with family. So as Uranus starts coming up into conjunction with your moon, which you'll start feeling later in the year, you'll notice that you're more emotionally kind of tapped in and a little anxious. You might move again. Jupiter will hit it first. And so the moon rules relationships. So that's big for relationships. And then Uranus is going to hit, I think, 27 degrees? So it'll get real close. So really, this retrograde that you're going to have in August will square Uranus. So it's like, okay, we're dating, you're here, I'm here, what are we doing? That may be what ends up happening, especially because in a woman's chart, Jupiter can represent the husband. So even though you're not looking for it, I think with, transits going on your natal Jupiter, and because there are going to be, transits on your moon, relationship stuff is going to be a theme. So you're not looking for it, but it can definitely happen. The ninth house here, if you want to travel, if you want to get a certification, if you want to learn something, if you want to bring on a new teacher or a new mentor, these are things that you can do. And in your chart, Jupiter, husband, opposes Juno, wife, and the sun. So it is possible that you might meet somebody who's further away. It might start as a long distance relationship. And Jupiter sextiles, it sextiles your south node, and it doesn't quite trine your moon. But I could see how Saturn hitting your sun is going to have you thinking more seriously about what it is that you're wanting to achieve this year, physically or financially. And it can be a real big building year when it comes to your professional life, especially your online presence, writing or doing sessions with people over the phone, or, focusing more on, like, if you do like a tarot based business, you could do that. And it might be like establishing much more of like a website or like your online presence. So everything's new. Right? That's the beauty of a new moon birthday. It's like everything you're doing, okay, you're planting seeds that eventually, if you go and you look at the lunar transits throughout the next couple of years, when you have a full moon birthday where the moon's within about 2 or 3 degrees of your sun, that will basically, represent a time, I guess, in opposition of your sun. So the moon would have to be in Virgo, which we will have with the eclipses, by the way, the next couple of years. It could definitely bring in more money, right? So there's a lot of opportunity for you to be, focusing on what you're building. So you're really developing these skills, and then the money kind of comes in through the eclipses that you're going to see probably in Pisces and Virgo the next couple of years. I just relaunched my Astro and Tarot business this month, and website relaunched today. Boom. Perfect timing. Especially because of the sextile to Jupiter and Uranus. In your fourth house, doing more work from home, doing intuitive work, or doing work that can allow you to be more independent, right? Fifth house is what you create. So hopefully that was helpful. Happy birthday to you. Ninth house here is a fun year. Like I said, travel, learn, be open to people who can expand how you see the world. The new mentors and stuff can kind of pop in. Hopefully that's helpful. All right, let's take Virginia. All right, so Virginia says, astrology reading about health, but I'm open to whatever you see or you want to share with me. Okay, thank you, Lady V. All right, so you're in Aquarius rising, and your sun is in Gemini, and your moon is in Scorpio. Just barely. Just barely a Gemini. So her question is about health. Okay, so we know that the health is connected to the 6th house, health, habits, and routine, physical health at least. Mental health, and you could say physical health can be connected to the ascendant, but mental health is like 12th. That's also healing. 3rd house can be mental health. So we'll see what kind of health stuff she has questions about. But her 6th house cusp is 8 degrees of Cancer. So that does represent when there's dramatic changes and transformations going on emotionally, there can be some health stuff that can go on. So in theory, we should see either a Scorpio aspect with her moon, maybe moon making an aspect to Pluto, maybe moon in kind of a stressful angle to something, okay? So we look at, here's her moon in Scorpio, ruled by Pluto. It is relatively close to Pluto. It's not conjunct, it's not in the same sign, but it's close enough. And her moon quincunx and inconjuncts all of her Gemini, which, by the way, if you're a Gemini rising, right, Scorpio is 6th house to your sun. So that represents health and things like that. She says, on March 12th, I restart my diet and go to the doctor for meds and insulin resistance. I don't know if this helps. Well, certainly 6th house is diet and health. I think that if you're looking to make health changes, I do think that there's a number of reasons why this is coming up. Probably the big one is in recent years, you have had Uranus, which has been in opposition to your moon, which means because there's been emotional stress, maybe there's been tension, maybe there's been a lot of destabilizing going on in your private life, your home life. Maybe there's been changes to your eating habits. Taurus is what we consume. And so maybe that's had an impact on your blood sugar. I don't know if you're more predisposed to having, issues with that. But certainly I've seen a lot of Aquarius risings. They're emotional eaters because Cancer's on their 6th house cusp. So we got to be careful with wherever their moon is. Now in your chart, your moon does inconjunct and quincunx all of this Gemini. And so Gemini is about movement, and Scorpio is about, kind of constriction sometimes, or holding on to something and like not letting something go. So one of the big things that I would say for any Scorpio placement or any kind of moon 6th house stuff is like emotions have an impact on your body. Okay, anybody, the emotions impact our body, health issues, things like that. It's a vibrational thing. And moon in Scorpio is afraid to open up emotionally because it's been hurt or it's been through some trauma or there's been some things that they've gone through. And obviously, because health is ruled by the moon and it's on the midheaven, it shows. So if you're not feeling well, if you're having health issues, it's very visible, right? You can see it. Now, part of this also, I'm wondering, the insulin resistance, you can give feedback or not, but because your moon is in Scorpio, which deals with hormones and your reproductive system, that can have an impact on that. So I wonder, do you have other things going on? Do you know if you have PCOS? Are you having ovarian issues? Is there anything like that that's also being impacted by insulin resistance? Just questioning. Now, I'm not a doctor, can't give you that spiel, can't give you medical or financial advice, but I can tell you a lot about your chart. Saturn's going into your 2nd house now, okay? Saturn is restriction and it's limitation, and Saturn is time. And Saturn also traditionally rules your ascendant as an Aquarius rising. So when Saturn goes into the 2nd house, I think of intermittent fasting. I think of quitting drinking. I think of looking at everything you're drinking in general and being where are my calories or my sugars coming from? Saturn says we need to restrict or limit something. So I would be okay, you're insulin resistant. We're not drinking, right? Because that's going to spike insulin levels. It's got all kinds of, carbs and processed sugars and stuff in it. That's going to affect that. Saturn can be sobriety when it's in Pisces. So fasting, cutting back on alcohol, looking at all of your, stuff. Basically, if it's not water, I wouldn't be drinking it. Unless it's tea that you brew or, even juice you have to be careful of. I would be sticking to clear water or putting, maybe fruit in water and doing stuff that's infused, and that's it. And be getting as much water as possible. And if you're wanting to limit what you're eating, you could be supplementing and bringing in liquid, diet. So you can be saying, okay, I'm going to do a protein shake. I'm going to put some fruit and vegetables in there. That's going to supplement one of my meals. And at least I know I'm managing what's going on with my blood sugar. 2 2, you have Saturn also that's coming into a trine with your sun, with your moon. So over the next year, as Saturn is trining your moon, if you're willing to make the changes emotionally, change your habits revolving around your emotions and eating, and practice, you know, consistency and dedication, you will see results. You most likely will see your health get better. Also, we're going to see Jupiter that's going to go into your 6th house next year. So, you know, I think you'll have better health from that as well. I think if you have this much air in your chart, you need to be moving around, girl. Okay. Sometimes Saturn in other eclipses kind of, you know, moving into your 3rd house is like going for walks, you know, getting on the bike, like getting more active. Because I think you have a lot of energy to burn with Sun and Mars and Gemini. So I don't know if this is, I know people can be, you know, potentially having issues with insulin resistance or potentially pre-diabetic or diabetes for a number of reasons. It can be, you know, diet and health related, but it can also be, you know, you're more predisposition to having it. But I would be more active. I'd be moving around. And whether you want to be going for walks or going for jogs or whatever, like it's a good time to get active as Jupiter starts coming into contact with all of your Gemini placements. What else? So persistence all year, you know, cutting back and looking at where there can be sugars and empty carbs and things in your drinks, trying to kind of steer clear of that. And certainly Pisces can be pharmaceuticals. So it can be that you're like, okay, I'm taking something to kind of manage this and get it in check. I'm not a doctor, I have to keep saying this, but I would be looking into berberine, because berberine I know is one of the compounds that's in like metformin, which can be really helpful for managing your blood sugar. I would also be, there was another one that I can't think of, berberine and another one, it'll come to me, but I would be looking at that because that can be something that, you know, some people get on metformin, they manage their diet, they manage their, you know, their weight, there's changes, and then all of a sudden they're noticing like, okay, I can scale off of it, but I would include berberine into some of your supplements because I think that can be helpful if you don't want to stay on something like long term. But yeah, emotional eating seems to be part of this, and unfortunately Scorpio placements love toxic stuff. I have 4 planets in Scorpio. Like I love junk food more than anything, but I know that it's not good for me and it will literally kill me. So I try not to eat it. It sucks, it's not fun. But Scorpio placements do really well having things that are like sour or pickled or things that are fermented. So I wonder like, okay, if you like soda, like how about you try kombucha? You know, not the same, but you might be able to find something that's kind of fizzy and you get that similar taste. Maybe you like eating chips. How about some pickles? You know, I mean, vinegar and things that are fermented. These can be things that you can bring in that can kind of, you know, be at least pleasing to the moon in Scorpio's palate. And it can kind of help you make some changes to your eating habits. And obviously Pluto's coming into contact with your ascendant, so opportunity for major changes and transformations all around. So I say do it, and it's better that you do it now before Saturn starts squaring all of your placements in Gemini next year. Then it will be harder to actually make some of those changes. Much harder. So this is the year that you want to do it. Hopefully that's helpful. Good luck on your all right, so we have Warrior Queen. Thank you guys for your patience. I know you guys are the bunch that's been waiting the longest. Warrior Queen, Matthew, Kim, and Christine. You guys are all on deck. You're welcome. I don't even know where her question is. I know she's still here somewhere. So if you are still here and you want to send me your question, let me know. I would appreciate it because it's not in here. Are you still here? There she is. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see, I can try to scroll back and see if I can find it. Oh, thank you. There it is.
What's my overall looking like? These charts are like a foreign language to me. All right, well, let's see if I can hone in on something for you. So you're a Libra rising. That's the horoscope you want to read. Your sun is in Virgo in the 11th house. You can read that sign second. And your moon is in Sagittarius. Ooh, at a critical degree. You're spicy. So Venus is your chart ruler. You always want to know what's going on with Venus and where Venus is. So just to kind of give you a little bit of a breakdown on that right now, Venus is about to enter into Pisces. So we will see Venus enter into Pisces sometime, I believe tomorrow. She's at 29 degrees. So when she goes into Pisces, it's still in your 5th house, so it's creative. It's good for like romance and having fun and hobbies. But the general kind of overview is Venus behaves better in certain signs, right? So Venus likes to be associated with Taurus because of physical pleasure and resources and money and food, and Libra because of partnerships and relationships. And she does very well in the sign of Pisces. This is where she's exalted. So interesting time to be a Libra rising, because obviously there's a whole bunch of planets moving through your 6th house, which means you're most likely feeling like you need to get organized, focusing on your health and routine. It might mean that it's a time where you're like, okay, I need to make changes to my habits. I need to make shifts in regards to, you know, not eating this, not smoking that, finding a new job, being productive. Like that's kind of the energy of the 6th house because it's like a Virgo house. And it's kind of polar opposite because Libra rising charts are inverted. So they have to learn how to do both houses. So usually we see kind of Aries energy in the 1st, Libra in the 7th. So part of what's happening here is that you're getting ready to see your chart ruler go through the 6th house, where you realize that love is service. Sacrifice is sometimes love. You're more attentive to your coworkers, to your partners. You're more attentive to your houseplants, your pets, all of that stuff. And it's definitely a time where I would say this new moon in particular that we just had, it's like, okay, like, you know, what new habits do you want to create? And in order to create those new habits, you have to be willing to let go of the old habits. And unfortunately, Pisces can be about losing track of time, spacing out, being, you know, kind of like unwilling to, you know, commit to a routine or not kind of sticking to a schedule. And it can be about avoiding certain health things that we need to kind of make changes. Feeling that big time, smoking, job, everything. Okay, so there you go. So the other thing that I think about is that in 2 weeks' time, there's a lunar eclipse in Libra. So it's interesting that Libra has their chart ruler in the 6th house of health and wellness and work and routine. And then boom, we have this eclipse that's going to be in the same sign as your rising sign. So you're going to see that Libra risings are having big changes, you know, to their appearance. So there's big changes to their body, or there's big changes in terms of like a grand reveal, you know. So for you, this is technically in your 12th house. So I can think there's going to be some changes to your sleep routine. You know, you might notice around the full moon at the end of the month, you're like, I'm up all night. What's going on? I feel kind of weird. But it can also be about like having fear about letting something go. And I could definitely see it in an air sign. It's being like, well, if I quit smoking, what am I going to do? And how's that going to affect me? And how am I going to manage stress? And I would say, well, an eclipse in the 12th house is have a nighttime routine, burn some incense, do some breath work, find ways to get into balance so you're not as reliant on that thing. And learning how to cope, I think, might be part of it. And eclipses, when it's, you know, in your ascendant, take it easy those days. 24th, 25th, 26th of March, you know, you're going to feel a little bit more emotional than usual. And the ruler is Venus. And Venus will be conjunct Saturn. So literally that's when I'm a Libra rising too. So it's like, that's when you want to like go through the house and be like, okay, I'm getting rid of all the stuff that's not healthy. I'm getting rid of the snacks. I'm looking for a new job. I'm throwing out my vape or my cigarettes, like, you know, and you're really setting the intentions to do something new, basically. And then 2 eclipses come in pairs. So then you'll see another eclipse 2 weeks later, around April 8th. This is a solar eclipse, which means unlike the Libra lunar eclipse where we're letting something go, the solar eclipse is like, what am I bringing in, right? What's new? So Libra rising, if you're single with a solar eclipse in the 7th house, and also Venus, that's your chart ruler in Aries in the 7th house, is like you're getting ready to come into union with another person. 7th house is where we meet other people.
So, well, the 7th house is you're meeting a new astrologer. This could be part of it. You are talking to a therapist. You meet somebody randomly and then you go out on a date. You're like, I really like this person. This could be like the one, you know? Or if you're in a relationship, then, okay, you're single. It's easier if you're single than if you're partnered because Chiron is involved when there's a Mercury retrograde. It can be bringing in partners you're destined to meet because Mercury is retrograde right around the time of the eclipse and we'll see a Cazimi, so there can be a reveal. But it can also be a time that, you know, you're like, I'm focusing on selling something to clients if you have like a business or if you have like a marketplace where you sell stuff. So the 7th house is where we kind of exchange with other people. The ruler of this eclipse is Mars and it's conjunct Saturn in the 5th. So even though you're Libra rising, it kind of reads more like what's going on with Scorpio, where the ruler's in the 5th house and it's a great time to get back out there and meet people. Like it's a really good time. Especially because, you know, Jupiter is opposing your 7th house lord and you're getting ready to see that these are some transits that might bring a really prominent connection with somebody sometime between April and June, more so immediately. But there's going to be, eclipses come over time, you know, so this is going to unfold over the next 13 months. That's how long this one's going to take. So even though like Mars will trigger these degrees and we'll see some stuff between now and July, you know, for Libra, the risings next year, Saturn goes into your 7th house, more serious relationship things come up. Neptune goes into your 7th house, having more be more decisive about who you're with. Or it might mean that you're building this dream with another person, you know? I love that. Usually cigarettes and tequila go hand in hand. But yeah, I think that it can also be about being like, I'm making changes to my routine, so I'm making time to meet with other people. And if not, you know, the 7th house is like great to like go and get a trainer or to get a coach. It's really great to, you know, have somebody who can like be like an accountability coach. So if you have a friend that's like, I had to quit smoking too, I'd be like, cool, hold each other accountable for that, you know? But definitely watch your health because Saturn going into your 6th house is time to take better care of your health. Eclipses in your 1st house is your body. And you like to smoke because you have Moon Neptune in the 3rd. So emotionally, it's satisfying for you. And whether that's smoking cigarettes, smoking weed, drinking, you know, all those things can kind of go hand in hand there. But yeah, that's just some food for thought. Habits is Neptune. Neptune rules your 6th house. And Neptune is in the 3rd house of putting the hand to the mouth, and it's in a fire sign, so smoking. Yeah, so probably over the next year or two, as Saturn squares your Moon and Neptune, it's time to find something else that can kind of fill that gap. I would say breath work and breathing is helpful, but I really recommend hypnotherapy for your chart because Saturn's in the sign of hypnotherapy and it's going into the 6th house of help. And it's squaring Neptune in your Moon. So it's become like a habit for you. It's like it's a fixation for you, you know? And the ritual of smoking, really like Neptune in the 3rd. So it'd be a good idea for you to work with a hypnotherapist, right? What's up, Stephanie? Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you, Warrior Queen. Keep us updated on how that goes with making some changes to your habits, and hopefully you can set a new intention for having a better routine. All right, we got Matthew, Kim, and then Christine. All right, so Matthew's a sun in Taurus, a Cancer rising, and a moon in Libra. Whoa, you're going to have that eclipse on your moon. Matthew says, any general info is good, but what's going on with love? Also, would this be a good time to get a tattoo removed? I have one I regret and I want to get it removed. Okay. I think you want to get the removal because the eclipse is on your moon and it's the ruler of your ascendant. Just don't do it on the eclipse. You can wait. I would wait until... Mars has been square Uranus, so that's why you want to do it. But I would maybe wait until Mars conjuncts Saturn, sextile Jupiter. So you can do it right around here, like early April, just not on the 8th. Another time is you can wait until Mars goes into conjunction with Neptune, right around the end of April. So you can dissolve it. Mars, Neptune, dissolving. All right, so he says, general info is good. What's going on with love? Well, love is Saturn. Jupiter has conjunct your Saturn and your Sun. It's not really making aspects to your 7th house or to your 7th house Lord. Love stuff I could see getting interesting when Jupiter comes in conjunction with Venus. So I can give you a couple transits that's worth kind of thinking about. Jupiter will go into Gemini, and it'll come into contact with your Venus and Mars. So this is going to be around August. I know it's a ways away, but this time looks most interesting to me. It looks like it could be like some love behind the scenes type of thing. Mid-August. And you may also see some stuff when Mars comes into contact with, let's see, Venus hits Saturn. So here, right around the beginning of May, when Venus is hitting your Saturn, 7th house ruler, and it's trining. And you want to watch for when the moon is coming into contact with Saturn or Venus. So when the moon is in Taurus, right around May 5th, 6th, and 7th, likely that might be some time that you meet someone. But you don't really have anything going on with your Saturn right now, or transit Saturn. Saturn's not sextiling your Sun. It's no longer trining your ascendant. And really with eclipses on, the South Node in your 4th, you're clearing out relationships from the past. So I really feel like for relationship stuff to kind of pick up, we're going to have to maybe see maybe Jupiter when it's sextiling your Saturn, and that's going to be more so next year. So those times during the summer, but more so when Jupiter starts sextiling. And then, the next couple of years, Saturn's going to square your ascendant or your descendant. And Pluto's going to start squaring Saturn. Relationships are always interesting for you because it's in the 11th house conjunct the Sun. So do you stay friends with your exes, or is there like a sense of like going back and forth with them, or trying to stay friendly, or still kind of hanging out around each other? Yeah, I've been seeing that Capricorn do in the city, which would be cool if it became something in the future where he lives far away, and I'm still dealing with shit with my ex. So, something to think about is Pluto's going to go retrograde back into Capricorn this year, and it'll hit a critical degree, so it'll hit 29. So I would be really doing my due diligence from the end of July, when you have a full moon there, basically until December, to wrap up loose ends with other people. Like by the end of this year, you want to be done with people from the past. You want to be completely done. So you can really move forward into the future when it comes to relationships. But you want to look at like your progressed Venus and other things. But it looks like you might be going back and forth with more than one person. Or there's somebody that you kind of have a thing with, but it's kind of private because it's in the 12th house and it's going to square Saturn. Like you could like meet somebody and you're like, oh, we're friends, but we have something going on the side, but we don't tell anybody. Maybe you're in a relationship with somebody at work, but you don't want the bosses to know, something like that can happen because it's in the 12th house. But you don't have any like real big transits going on with your 7th house right now. And as Pluto goes through Aquarius, it's starting to square your Mars and square your Saturn. So it's like the concept of, are we friends or are we something more? That's something you're going to be dealing with for the next couple of years as Pluto comes into this T-square. It's a real lesson for you. Sun conjunct Saturn. Can I stay friends with people until they're ready, until it's better timing? Does that mean that we can't be like intimate or close? And like, how does that impact me emotionally, energetically? And then how much you know about what they're doing versus what you're doing with other people. Your lovers is the 5th house. Other people's lovers is the 11th. So as these planets square and Pluto comes in, you're going to be like, I need to know what's going on. If I'm seeing somebody, are they seeing other people? That's going to be really important because you can have some shocks and surprises as Pluto comes into contact with some of these placements. Is it bad that I have a Gemini Venus? Well, no. Good and bad is all relative. I think it depends on who you ask. It depends on who you ask. Venus in Gemini represents double, like two people. Or I've seen a lot of people who are, they have open relationships. Sometimes they're polyamorous.
You know, it means that you may like, you know, more than one gender, or maybe there's something that's kind of changeable about the way you are in relationships. Maybe you can, you know, you can play more of a masculine or a feminine role in relationship. Obviously you like men, so that could be, you know, part of something that's changeable about your relationships. You know, Mercury rules Gemini, so it represents both masculine and feminine, similar to Virgo. So there's two sides of the coin, basically. They're not known for the most commitment, although I have seen some Venus and Geminis that they'll get married, but they sometimes do stray. I'm not the best person to ask about that because I've never had good experiences with Venus and Gemini men, but those were straight men who were trash. So it's a little bit different. But I think that if you have aspects to your Venus that indicates that you can commit, it'd be a little different. And you do, you know, you have Venus sextile your North Node, you have Venus sextile Mercury and Jupiter, so as long as you can communicate, you can commit. You've got Venus trine Uranus, so maybe that's the kind of unconventional, I do something different, you know, I like men kind of vibe. And you have Venus in the 12th house, and I think that's a little different. Venus in the 12th house is like, oh, I'm so loving and like generous and like I would do anything and I love people, but like you maybe don't feel like that love is reciprocated, you know? So something like that, where there's like a wall there between you and other people. So it's not bad, it's just, it's definitely flexible, it's a little changeable. Yeah, so he said duality in relationships and you're not possessive. Yeah, but his Venus sextiles his North Node in the second. So he definitely wants to be in a relationship. He wants to be wanted. Venus, if you're a man and you date other men, Venus can be what you attract. People who kind of scurry away or they're kind of like flippant. Usually they say women are drawn to their Mars placement and they show their Venus. And men, you know, show their Mars and they're drawn to their Venus. But if you're a man and you date men, you know, you might resonate more with, well, what you attract is your Venus or vice versa. So it kind of depends. Hopefully that's helpful for you. I've got Kim, Christine, and Samantha. Kim says November 6th, 62, 3:21 p.m. So you're in Aries rising, Sun in Scorpio, Moon in Pisces. Is the one coming in? I've had no luck, but I've been trying, but it seems like it won't happen. You're welcome. Well, the one. I personally don't know if I subscribe to the one. If you do, that's okay. Obviously, you're very much a relationship person, right? You got a lot of planets in your 7th house of relationships, Placidus, all in Scorpio, which is a very passionate sign. Mercury in the 7th, mind on relationship. Neptune in the 7th, idealizing relationships and other people. Conjunct the sun, feeling like other people sometimes don't show up or don't meet your expectations or your standards. Sometimes you feel alone unless you're in a relationship. Then you get in a relationship and you're like, what's going on with this person? They can kind of have Neptunian qualities. And then you have Venus retrograde. Well, and then you got Saturn kind of having gone over your moon in the 12th. So it's been a period of alone time. So we have to see something significant going on with your Venus in order for a relationship to come in. And truth be told, you know, Uranus is coming into an opposition with your Venus, which means you are going to be changing and transforming something about your values and your self-esteem. And that has a huge impact on what you bring in, right? How you look at relationships. So there's something here that's about being like, okay, I need to fill my own cup, or I'm feeling good about myself, or I'm learning to value myself. And like when that shift happens, oppositions can be like a magnet where it brings somebody in. So you're about to have an eclipse that's going to be in Libra at the end of March. So it's about kind of completing maybe the fact that's like, okay, I've had love, I've lost it, or, you know, nothing's been there, but I'm kind of making peace with it. And then you'll have the solar eclipse at the beginning of April in your 1st house, which is about healing yourself and kind of coming to terms with being on your own and like being like, I'm okay, you know, I'm okay with that. And embracing that because it's right on your ascendant. And when Uranus starts to come out of an opposition with your Venus,
which will be closer to June, things may ease up a little bit because Uranus is going to keep moving up in degrees. You will also have a eclipse in Libra, so it's planting a seed. And I'm really looking at this eclipse in October this year. Solar eclipse in Libra with a Mercury cazimi along your 7th house cusp, and Venus is on your sun. Now, at least here, we're starting to see Saturn trining Venus, and this is a new beginning in relationship. So it is possible that something is rolling through in the fall. But if I zoom out, I'm really waiting until Saturn starts trining your Venus, and that's going to be the beginning of next year. And it can be like something karmic, somebody that you met who's like culturally different, foreign, but at least the trine is stabilizing. And we're also going to have Mars that will be in a retrograde trine your Venus as well. I think my karma is going it alone. No, I don't think so. You think that because your 7th house lord is retrograde and you have Sun conjunct Neptune, you're like, I'm always going to be alone. But no, with a chart like this, and you probably know, you've been around the park, it's almost better to be alone than to be with some of the people that you've probably been with. Because Venus retrograde in Scorpio is not for the faint of heart. And having your Sun conjunct Neptune does mean you can be with people who are like narcissistic, abusive, alcoholics, drug addicts, homeless. Like there can be some rough stuff with that being in Scorpio. So you can be in relationships with people and feel alone. So it's about learning to be like, okay, do I want to have a relationship for the sake of having a relationship? Oh my God, do I feel alone in this relationship? Is this healthy for me? And I think in recent years with Uranus in opposition, you have maybe felt very destabilized because you haven't had people, but the people you've been bringing in, you're like, oh my God, this is too much. So finally, you're kind of healing it, you know? Going alone, not necessarily. It's just you have to really work through that retrograde Venus. That's really the trigger. And, you know, in the background, Pluto's going through your south node. So it's really asking you to focus more on, you know, do you have platonic relationships, not just romantic relationships? You know, how are you reconnecting and trying to find your power through connections with other people? And that might be a huge shift for you. All the while, Mercury is squaring Pluto. So it means that you're learning how to be friends with people and not immediately associate with, oh, relationship. It's like, no, I can be friends. I don't have to, you know, be with those people. Obviously, your progressed Venus and other things will kind of, you know, paint a picture as well. But like I said, I personally don't believe in like the one. I think we have a lot of people we're meant to meet. But if there was like if I were to put a time frame on it, you know, your Venus just changed signs. Now it's in Sagittarius. Your progressed Venus. And looks like you're going to have a progressed full moon in your 1st and your 7th house, which is like holy cow relationship time. That's going to be in 2026. Now you could meet that person sooner. I think you will. But that's going to be the real kind of test, is going to be in the fall of 2026 when you have this full moon in Cancer opposing the sun in Capricorn. Progressed Venus hits it too, so it strengthens. And this is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is probably going to be receiving some kind of, I believe, an opposition from Jupiter. So it means that you may move, relationships might change, and then you kind of, you know, come in a little bit more. Okay, gotta speed this up because I might lose my mic. Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you. If I lose you guys, I apologize. We'll swap out the mic. This went a little bit longer than we thought today. Let's see, we got Christine, and then Samantha, and then Samantha. There's 2 Samanthas. Okay, this is for Christine W. She said, hey Candace, my husband and I have a trip to Africa this coming Friday for a potential business project. Hope it'll be a good trip for us. I just need a heads up what to expect this coming month. Thanks a lot. Friday. So what is today? Sunday? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Well, you're traveling with a partner because Jupiter and Uranus are in your 7th. So that's good for traveling. The moon rules your 9th house of foreign travel, and it does look like Jupiter and Uranus are trining your moon. So has there been a lot of having to shuffle around, making accommodations like suddenly, or getting like, you know, visas, passports,
documents and things in order, because that looks like that's been like the most, you know, that you've had to do. You're going to be traveling right around eclipse time. So that's always colorful when you're traveling during eclipses, because there's kind of like an anything goes type of vibe. So that first eclipse will be in Libra around March 25th. For Scorpio rising, it's supposed to be in your whole sign 12th. So it can be about being in a foreign trip with a partner. So there you go. Or, you know, being on vacation or being somewhere. And the eclipse is going to be very close to your Mars, which is your chart ruler, in the 11th. So you may go, you may make friends, you know, it might be a time that can be a little bit more spicy or kind of passionate with you and a partner. I think that makes sense that, you know, your moon is basically ruling foreign travel, and then you have the eclipse on your Mars in Libra, traveling with a partner. It's trining Pluto. So it's a pretty decent time. I'm not going to tell you when you have to come back or what, but I would say ideally you would be trying to come back before the other eclipse. Hold on. I have Christine Wall. Christine Wall. Let's see what I have here. No? Yes, no? Yeah, wrong Christine, sorry. So there we go, there she is. We'll only be there for a week just for business. Okay, perfect. So I guess my point is yes, the timing makes sense. It makes sense in your chart. The eclipse is right on your chart ruler in Libra, so traveling with a partner and coming back. But when you come back, okay, after that, the beginning of April, you're going to have a solar eclipse in your 6th house with a Mercury retrograde. Like you really, I would say, like, I'm not saying this to like sound like a mom, but like when you go, be very mindful of what you're eating and drinking. Take your vitamins, take care of your health, you know, make sure you're not getting run down, because this to me seems like you come back from a trip and that eclipse for Scorpio risings can be some health stuff coming up. And coming back home and then feeling overwhelmed with like, oh, there's all this stuff that we need to do that we didn't clean up or we didn't finish before we left. Like it would probably be the best thing personally for you to be focusing on, you know, in my opinion, you know, getting all your stuff done before you leave. Okay, there's 2 Christines here. Which Christine is this? I just had COVID Valentine's Day. So I have for Christine Wall, and I'm pretty sure you gave me your birth information. So anybody of the 2 Christines, the person who I'm talking to, can you confirm this is your birthday? July 26, 1980? Okay, so is this the wrong Christine? So Christine Wall, who's asking about their trip, is this the right information for you? Okay, so it's the wrong one. That one is yours. Okay. If you just signed up and you didn't get in, then we'll get you next week. So I must have gotten the 2 Christines mixed up. Okay, so let me get the right information for Christine Wall. November 20th. 1977. What's the time? I need the time and the location. Can you send that to me and I'll come back to you, because my mic's gonna die, unfortunately. November 20th, 1977. 2 a.m. Okay, let's plug this in. MAIGO. Hold on a second. Why do I not have you in here? Because I know I have you as a client. That's really weird. Christine, November. Huh, I wonder how that happened. Okay, well, whatever. And 4:57. Nope, wrong one. 2 a.m. Yeah, this is all. Let's see. So I'm gonna look at both of them. I know I have his. Oh, that's why it's a different name. I was like, I know I have this chart. There we go. There we go. Okay. Hello. All right. So this is your chart. We're looking at leaving on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So you're traveling, you've got the moon in the 9th house. Okay, so airports, it's going to trine Mars, okay, and Pluto. Do I see issues with this? Not necessarily. The eclipse is on your ascendant, though, at the end of the month. So some of the same stuff that I was saying does still resonate with this. So coming home and maybe feeling like a little overwhelmed with how much you have to play catch up, or how this is now kind of acclimating back into your schedule, you know? March 15th through the 23rd. So you'll be back right around the time of the eclipse. Okay, so basically just being exhausted, watching what's going on with your health. The business stuff, though, is good, because if you're traveling for business, that's because of the eclipses that are coming through your 7th. So it's people who you're potentially working with. So I like that. Saturn will be on the moon, so that's good for establishing relationships as well, especially because that's about being able to kind of like forge new relationships with people at work. So timing wise, it seems fine. Now, the one thing I will say though, okay, just some food for thought, is that we do have Mercury that's going to be in shadow. So I have to put that out there. So what does that mean? Okay, Mercury is like passports, you know, cell phones, gadgets, accommodations, and it's going to go retrograde in your 7th house of other people. So there can be lots of back and forth of like changing plans and stuff with your partner. So something like that could potentially be happening. So I would watch for that, because even though the retrograde won't start until April, you're going to start feeling the effects of it, especially when Mercury hits 15 degrees. So March 18th, and that's going to be when you're on your trip. So it's like, you don't want to go somewhere and leave a cell phone and then get on a plane and realize, oh my God, I left it at the hotel, you know, or didn't you double check that reservation? Because that stuff can happen. So I would be trying to confirm things in advance if I were you. That's just me. Especially because Mercury represents foreign travel. It might be about, you know, if you're having to move stuff around or rebook things. And then it was February 3rd. Gary, there you go. Gary Wall, right? Yeah. Here we go. And then for him, you're going to have eclipse in the 12th house, foreign travel, okay. Ruler is going to be Venus conjunct Saturn. So expanding the business stuff creatively, but it's also about having some time to, you know, be with a significant other. Jupiter's in his 11th, so that makes sense. And there could be more travel for him really throughout the next 2 years. You know, Jupiter going into his 8th house and then into his 9th house, you might be really trying to establish relationships with people in other places. So this might be the beginning of that. It's kind of the feeling that I'm getting. And then looking at your guys' composite chart. Libra rising, Sun in Leo, Moon in Taurus. So Jupiter's coming over your moon. So this is about establishing new relationships with people.
That's good. Trying to focus on making more money in the spring. So I see that. And it looks like the retrograde is going to go right over your guys' descendant. So be mindful that there's a lot of going back and forth with communication with each other and like learning how to work better together in mid-April. But timing-wise for traveling, it's fine. You know, it seems like it's kind of sporadic and unexpected because Jupiter and Uranus are going into your 8th house, and it's on your south node, where you guys are like, we have to make this trip, it's for business, like we don't know how it's going to turn out. Are we going to make this deal or this sale? Are we going to merge with these people? You know, we're spending money to go and do this. Is it going to be good? But big risk, big reward is kind of what I think, because on your south node it might mean that you guys are finding new ways to reinvigorate your business, you know. So yeah, you picked good timing, right in between like a retrograde and an eclipse. So if you had waited any longer, I would have been like, do not even go until June. So you got right in the door there. Just barely. Where in Africa are you guys going? I wouldn't be doing that then. If you want to do something surgical, you need to wait until Mars is in Aries. And you need to see like Venus coming into conjunction with the sun maybe. So yeah, maybe in May, but you have to be really particular about when, because Saturn's going to be on your moon, so you're going to have downtime from work. And I would say if you do something like, gosh, this is all in opposition to your sun, though. Saturn's going to trine Venus. I don't think it's going to go back there again. So, yeah, you can do it in May. You can do it in May. I just don't want you doing it when planets are coming into contact with Uranus. So, you want to either do it May 6th, or you need to wait until the sun gets away from Uranus, you know, after the 16th. I would prefer you do it right around here, the end of May, when Venus and the sun are trining Pluto. Mars is still in Aries. Also, Mars coming into conjunction with Chiron is about working with a sinus surgeon. Mars cuts. So waiting until later May is almost better. Okay? Third week. Hopefully that's helpful. Okay, so I have two Samanthas. One is Samantha C. One is Samantha I. I'm going to take Samantha C first. And you guys are the last one, so thank you for waiting. So this is October 24th, 1977. My Pisces moon is really feeling this new moon. Would love a reading and see how I can harness this energy and be ready for the eclipse season. Okay, so hi 12th house stellium. Yeah, you're almost like an honorary Pisces. You're welcome. You're almost like an honorary Pisces, though, at 12th house. I like this new moon for you because it trines your ascendant. It's just my feeling on this. Boom. Right? Trines your ascendant. And it's very close to your natal moon. So how to harness this best? Well, it's in your 5th house of creativity, self-expression. It's at 20, so that's a Scorpio degree. So it's about, changing something in the heart space, being willing to make space for something new. I think that it's also about being more in tune to what it is that you need to change in order to make you happy, to bring you the potential for more love, for more creativity, better self-expression. I think about Jupiter being the ruler, and it's in your 6th house, and it's making the time for the things you love, or making time for hobbies, or making time for romance, or for dating, or for children. I also think about how Saturn is going to be coming up on your moon pretty soon. So that's going to represent, okay, what sacrifices am I willing to make for the things that I love, or the people that I love, or the creative projects that I love? Am I dedicating, the time? And you've got all this water in your chart, so you're used to working with like, oh, my emotions kind of tell me what I'm supposed to be working on or what I'm supposed to be doing. This new moon will become an eclipse. So around September 17th, 2024, this will be a lunar eclipse in Pisces, which is going to be right around these degrees. So you may see some fulfillment of that. And I think it's about something you can share with other people, whether it's a relationship or it's something that you sell as a product or you have a service. This is the time to really tap in and say, okay, how can I make the changes to do more of the things that I love to do? And in order to do that, I have to make the time for it. Right? Got to make some shifts in my schedule or my health or my daily routines to do it. And also encourage other people to do it with me. Can be kind of hard while you have all these planets in the 12th house. You know, that south node's going through there and the eclipses are coming through and it's about to hit your Venus. So it's also bringing up some karmic love stuff. So watch for what happens right around the end of March, because it can bring dreams or visions of somebody before you meet them. And it can bring a really significant relationship in. Unless you're in one already, then it can be some kind of unfolding of something kind of bigger in regards to relationships. And mid-April, you're going to see that Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. So shocks and surprises and sudden growth for relationships can happen there. But I really feel like this is about really envisioning, you know, more about romance, creativity, desire. And it's an interesting time as you're starting to see Pluto come into a square with your sun. So something is emerging where you're like, I don't want to just do this anymore. I want to do that. I want to be a painter. I want to be a creator now. You know, there's something new that's coming through and you're like, in order to do that, I have to clear out this old identity, or I have to quit my day job, or I have to let go of like the hangups that I'm having with being seen or sharing, or, you know, because you're very private with Scorpio in the 12th house. It's like, I don't want people to see what I'm doing, you know, or what I'm creating. I want to be behind the scenes. And like now it's like, nope, now we're going to put you in front of the camera, you know? And so you're having to realize, okay, in order to really do that, I have to be seen, I have to be visible, and I have to show people what I'm creating. So I would encourage you to not just look at this moon, look at what it's going to be in 6 months, you know, get a feel for what other people want. Other people can give you feedback. 7th house can be coaches, teachers, readers, therapists, partners, and give you feedback about, yeah, I would buy that, or no, I don't like that color, you know, make a change to this. And like, it can kind of help you kind of get an idea of like who you can partner with, what you can sell, you know, what interest people would have in things, that kind of stuff. And obviously look at your lunar return. So being that this is a lunar return at the same time, it means everything's brand new for you this month. It's not just a regular new moon. It's like everything's brand new for you. So it'd be worth looking at that and seeing where it returns to. And this will be the next one. Third house, so communication, sharing, writing, blogging, traveling. Could be a new car. It could be that you're, you know, thinking about a new home. It could be about a relationship you have with a sibling. So that's where the newness is. And because the sun is there with with Saturn, it's basically saying a shift from your frame of mind. And what are you creating? Are you writing something? Are you thinking about like, you know, starting an online like shop for something? Or a new like web series or something like that? Because that's kind of my interpretation. Something you've been thinking about creating. Thinking is your mind, third house, that you're wanting to create now. So that's what you're going to be working on. And then when the eclipse comes in 6 months, it'll be right on that. So you might complete it in about 6 months' time. Hopefully that's helpful for you. Let's see. And we've got the other Samantha. Let me see here. 7/24/86. Could have sworn I had you here. Let's see. You're welcome. Maybe not. $7/24/86 at 9:31.
What am I doing? 9:31? 9:31 p.m. There we go. Okay, so this is Samantha I. So I have you here July 24th, 86 at 9:31 p.m. in Virginia. Okay, so you're in Aquarius rising, Sun in Leo, and your moon is in Pisces. So she says, hey Candace, just call me Joe or Samantha. I'm a stay-at-home mom and maintain a homestead. Things are shifting for me internally. I've been growing drastically. Who I once was is shedding off. It is welcoming, a bit bizarre. Things are changing internally, and I want to know what you can tell me with what's going on with the transits. What I used to tolerate, I simply don't. It's abrupt, and I'm building a new tool belt, and some guidance could be useful for these. Tell me the good and tell me the challenging. Okay, gotcha. All right, so, well, the biggest, I think there's two big reasons why this is happening, okay? Maybe three. So you're a sun in Leo, and Pluto is now in opposition to your sun. And Pluto is like the final stop, right? It means like I will destroy things, or I will end things, or I will completely get rid of stuff, or I will, cut stuff off or sever it. Oppositions are relational. So you're going to see as a Leo, it's like, you're like, I'm no longer tolerating stuff with relationships anymore. If it continues, I just cut it off. It can be with friends. It can be with romantic partners. It can be your relationship to things in general. Pluto for Leos rules your fourth house of family. So you're like, I'm not dealing with just the bare minimum in relationships. I'm not dealing with family drama. I don't want issues at home, that kind of stuff. But Pluto is in the 12th house, which is kind of like no man's land. It represents what's going on with your subconscious, and Pluto in opposition to the sun does feel like you may feel like you're being bullied by people or people who are toxic. You're like, I'm not dealing with it anymore. Because the sun rules relationships. So it does make you feel like, you know what? It's not my job to fix other people. I'm not going to give them an explanation. I'm just going to be like, I'm out. And you may not be confrontational. You may just kind of disappear on people. The other reason why you're feeling this is because as Pluto goes in and out of Leo, which it has in and out of Aquarius, like it has for the last year, it then retrogrades back into Capricorn. So then it's opposing your Mercury in Cancer, which is how I communicate and share my thoughts and my feelings. And Mercury, is at a critical 29 degrees. So rather than getting super hyper, let me fix everybody, let me do everything for everybody, Pluto here makes you go, no, I need to get quiet. I need to focus on me. I can't save the world. I need to help those who want to be helped, that kind of stuff. And yeah, Pluto oppositions can be really kind of volatile and kind of abrupt. You're also coming into Pluto square Pluto, and that's, you were born with Sun square Pluto. So there is some issues here revolving around relationship dynamics, especially with men or father figures or people in the home. Who can be cruel or intense or mean, and now you're like, nope, no more. I've had enough of those lessons. I'm done. The other reason why this is happening is now Saturn, which is your traditional ruler, is starting to come into conjunction with your moon, and that's a challenging transit because you're like, it's better to be alone and to be in solitude than to be dealing with other people's stuff, and Pisces is like the monk. It may mean that it's more challenging for you financially, emotionally, or within the home, but it's also about creating boundaries and being able to keep up those boundaries so other people can't be leeching on you emotionally. And usually Pisces moon are very, they're very compassionate, very generous, very giving, especially with your moon Jupiter. But I see you as being like, no, I shouldn't have to be the one paying the toll for it emotionally or financially for other people anymore. And I think Saturn hitting your moon is going to bring up a lot of things about your relationship to yourself, to your mother, to your roots, to your home. And I can see that Jupiter is going to start squaring Saturn this year. So you're going to be contemplating going back and forth between two places, or there's going to be some expansion of your home, or maybe a second dwelling that's going to be on your property. Or maybe you're saying I want a separate space for people when they come and visit. They can be here, because I want my space.
So you're going to be more particular about that. You might have siblings come and visit. You might have family come and visit. But home boundaries are important. And then Saturn is going to start to oppose your Venus. It's also with relationships. So you have a ton of oppositions happening. Saturn in opposition to Venus. Love at a distance. Pluto in opposition to the Sun. You're not the boss of me anymore. I'm not going to be dealing with these power struggles anymore. And I think with the eclipses in Aries in your second house, you're learning how to become more resilient and independent. And you're like, fuck it, I'll just do it myself, even though it may be harder or it may be more challenging. You're learning to become more self-sufficient and not relying on people or staying in relationships because it's convenient or because it helps you, right? So basically I'm growing up and I've been standing up for myself and suddenly people are taking interest. No, it's more like when you decide to change, you know, your relationship to other people, then they realize you're not taking it anymore. And then there's some conflict because it's not the same dynamic, you know? So when you're changing your relationship to other people, they're realizing now you're standing up for yourself and they're like, whoa, where's this coming from? And they probably don't like it. And you're probably seeing, you know, drama over people telling you what to do because it's at a 1, Pluto. And then as Pluto squares 4, it's going to be how you're living your life, where you're living, all of that stuff. And I really feel like Saturn on your Sun and your Jupiter, your Moon and your Jupiter, is going to be you being like, I am sitting on my ranch or on my porch in complete solitude. I'm here. I have like my dog or my horses, because the Moon could be a dog, Jupiter could be horses, or I have my animals and like they don't talk back. And I may be alone, but I don't feel alone. Or I choose to live like this because at least it's in solitude, and everything that I have, I work hard for. And like, I don't want to have to feel like I have to share that with people who are going to be, you know, kind of giving me some issues. Right? Right. I mean, literally. So there is something to be said about the fact that also Saturn hitting your Moon, Jupiter means you're wanting to feel more financially, like you're able to make money while you're helping people. Does that make sense? Because the Moon rules your 6th house. So you're like, I would like to like start seeing this grow, or maybe something can come from it where I can be teaching people, or I'm selling, you know, food, or I'm making art. Like there's something that you're going to be doing that you're like, okay, I need to have my peace because I'm trying to create and I'm trying to be of service, and like I need my space to do that. So that's the other way that I look at it. But you're kind of getting it from all angles. Pluto will oppose your Sun for about the next year. You know, Jupiter and Uranus are coming into conjunction with each other in Taurus. So for an Aquarius rising, it's big changes and kind of like uprooting in regards to home and family patterns. And it may mean that you're having some strife with either some people that you live with or by, or people in the family, and you're kind of breaking away from that, you know? That's my struggle. I'm independent on others. South node, right? Constant door slams. Yeah, but I think also, you know, Pluto in opposition to your Sun can be you basically being like, I cannot deal with this issue with like a partner that's being weird or super intense and like being kind of standoffish and like it's too much for me. And so you're going to feel in April, May that when Jupiter and Uranus collide, you're going to be like, I need more freedom. And it might just mean you need more time out of the house. And I think with Jupiter going into your 4th, you might go back and forth a little bit from the space. Or you might have family visit or vice versa, which can give you a little bit more freedom, you know? But this will start to ease up a little bit when you get to next year, thankfully. You've also had Saturn that's been in a square to your Saturn and your Juno, so that can be some challenges with marital stuff too. If you're partnered, I don't know. And it looks like that may go hand in hand with being like, okay, I want to do something different, you know, I want to have more independence, especially physically or financially. That seems to be like a big theme that's coming up for you. Anyway, I hope that that's helpful in giving you some insight. Definitely some tricky transits, so I'm sending you lots of good vibes. Use that solar eclipse in Aries at the beginning of April to focus on planting seeds revolving around your own independence, especially financially, and doing a lot of self-esteem work. Because that's going to be really important on your North Node, learning how to kind of invest more so in yourself so you feel like you're not as limited, right? Hopefully that's helpful for you, Samantha. And that is it, guys. I almost wonder, like, oh my goodness, Sunday nights are so busy, man. Maybe it's because it's a new moon. Well, thank you guys if you stay this long. If you haven't already, please give us a thumbs up. It'd be really helpful in letting other people know that we have been here for the last 4 hours. If you're watching this in the playback, I will be back next Friday. We'll be doing tarot. Also, we have, if you haven't already watched this week's Astro Weather, it's out. I put it out this morning,
We talk all about Venus going into Pisces. Make sure to subscribe because we're going to talk about the eclipses this week. We've got a Mercury retrograde shadow happening as well. And March horoscopes are out also if you haven't already seen them. So I'll catch you guys out here next time. I'm going to bed, but thank you for joining me, and I will see all of you very soon. Otherwise, take care and have a happy Monday tomorrow. See you later.